Well, welcome everybody to a Chrono Trigger 100% glitchless, no RNG manip run. I go by CorporateImage, and you're in for a treat today if you like Chrono Trigger, and if not, or if you've never heard of Chrono Trigger, pretty interesting run. So, go ahead and get started. Start in 3, 2, 1, go. Alright. So Chrono Trigger has a pretty easy, start. There's no sudden attack on a village or terrible villain that shows up destroying the protagonist's family. We just wake up in our bed. Chrono is a very hard worker, as we'll find out. He's got a great job. No, I'm just kidding. He just likes swords and he just sleeps all day. Got a nice cat though. Alright. So the first thing we do is set our battle speed to 1. We're going to be changing up the battle speed throughout the game to suit certain fights. And then I set cursor memory, and cursor memory is a very important thing because it's going to allow us to quickly get through a lot of boss fights and regular fights. So we head on over to the Millennial Fair, run into this strange young woman, bonk right into her, but she's nice, but she's missing her pendant. Gonna go ahead and return it to her. This pendant's gonna be very important later on. For now, it's just a little story trigger. So we're gonna be naming every single character that we have in our team to a single letter. So Chrono is lowercase o, Luca is lowercase a, etc. And this is to save a little bit of time on dialogue. However, Chrono Trigger is a little bit unique in that you can't name the same character the same thing. So eventually we're going to get Robo in our team. He would be lowercase o, but because Chrono is already lowercase o, we're going to have to name him something else. You thought this game had no random encounters. That is mostly true. We'll talk about it later as we get to the different levels of the game, but there are enemies you can see on screen, and then there are some enemies you can't see that are on screen. We call those ambush encounters. And the goal of the speedrun, and what makes it a lot of fun, is the movement. Because getting from place to place without triggering an enemy encounter is surprisingly fun. And I've been running this game on and off for about a year, and every time I come back to it after like 3 months or 4 months, the movement just returns immediately. It's pretty great. How to deal with the fights and all that and menuing, that's a little bit of an effort. Anyway, Luca and her father created a teleport machine. It allows you to go from one place to the other. Luca asked Chrono to try it out. You don't actually have to do that. You could just go straight to Marl, and she's like, oh, it looks fun. But suddenly, the story kicks in. The teleporter reacts with Marl's amulet, which is magical and old, and it creates a time gate, and she's just gone. So right off the hop, we have a situation to deal with. But don't worry, our hero Chrono is going to step up, because he literally has nothing else better to do. Yeah, so Ayla, we can name her uppercase A, but definitely not lowercase a. I know in the any percent run, they name her Space just a space. And I'm like, how dare they? Ayla's the best. But again, you can name them whenever you want. Doesn't have a huge amount of impact on time. Alright, so Chrono braved time travel. Who knew if it could destroy him or not? He just dove right in. No telling where we're going. But where we are at is about 400 years prior to our current timeline. 600 AD. And we're met with some blue imps, which we gotta defeat really quickly. So if you're quick on the targeting, you can knock out all these blue imps before they get a chance to attack, which is a nice feeling. Seeing those extra crits though, not so nice. Sometimes a crit attack is slower than your regular attack. Alright, coming up is bird skip. Go to this edge of the bridge. Tap up, and then you skip an enemy encounter there. You cannot do bird skip in, I think, any other version of the game. I'm not sure about the PlayStation version, but DS and PC versions they patched out the ability to go over that. We're going to be doing bird skip 2 more times in the run. Just navigate this forest. There are all sorts of ambush triggers all over the place, but with careful movement we avoid all of that. Go to the castle, because where else would we go? Soldiers don't like Chrono's hair, so they insult him, saying he should go back and attend to his stamp collection or whatnot, but we're saved by the supposed Queen Lean, who vouches for us. We're gonna go pay her our respects. But if you were to explore this castle, this is Castle Guardia. You could go to the basement, not the basement, the right side downstairs, which is the kitchen. You could see a little scene interaction between the chef and the head knight, call him the captain. There's a rest chamber, but you discover by talking to the people that there's a war going on. War between the mystics, and who's led by Magus, and the people of Guardia. So things aren't going very well. Oh, we'll be getting our 15 silver points later, Omega Fulf. Don't you worry. Anyway, it was revealed that Queen Lean is actually Marl. They found her in the canyon because they were searching for Queen Lean. She's been missing. And so because she looks so much like her ancestor, they decided to, spoiler, I know. She decided to assume the position of Queen Lean for a little bit. But that was a mistake, as we're about to find out. Luke is about to explain the grandfather clause of time travel right here. So Luca shows up. She was a little bit slow, but she found a way to freely traverse the anomaly called the gates that allowed us to time travel. She explains that she discovered that the girl was Princess Nadia, calls herself Marl, or Marley, or Meryl, however you want to pronounce her name. And because in the past Queen Lean was abducted, this is apparently royal history, and found again, because Marl showed up and they called off the search, that means Queen Lean is still in danger, which means Marl will cease to exist. Yeah, the guards don't stop her either. You have to find the real queen. That's our next quest. Let's do it. Before we do, we have to do a menu. So we gave Chrono a power tab. Gave Luca the bandana because she's really, really slow. Luca is so slow, and she's going to be so fast by the end of the game, because we're going to need Luca. One of the best OSTs of all time. Yeah, Chrono Trigger. I played the DS version when I was a kid, but I kind of missed out on the Super Nintendo hype. But I can agree. It is a very, very unique, surprisingly good OST. I grew up with Chrono Cross first, so I have a bias to playing that game. This definitely grew on me. Okay, so we're fighting a couple of encounters to get some tech points. So in this game, we have things called techniques or techs. And as we defeat enemies, we get experience points for leveling up and tech points for getting new abilities. We need to get Cyclone, Fire Whirl, and Flame Toss. We just got those there. Because we're going to make immediate use of Flame Toss and Fire Whirl. There's a little sparkle on the ground. This is your game's like introduction to hidden items. You'll find all sorts of sparkles everywhere that'll usually be a magic tab or speed tab or power tab somewhere. Alright, do we got the... Oh, no, it's not the worst pattern. Alright, just go for those two. So this is the Nagaet fight. It's pretty famous in the glitchless speedruns because it's so random. You just get certain patterns based on what your RNG is going into there. You just have to adapt as best you can. This isn't the worst pattern to get. Right. Printed it a few times back, it was great. A few times so you could finish it once. Yeah, there is a lot to Chrono Trigger. For a Super Nintendo RPG, it has a lot of replay value due to the characters you get, and also the amount of endings that are available. Alright, who is this mysterious frog knight? Why, it's Frog! I know a lot of people like to criticize the Super Nintendo translation of RPGs. At least Ted Boozley did most of them. But I really appreciate the Chrono Trigger Super Nintendo translation over the DS. Like, they got rid of Frog's holier-than-thou, medieval-timey speech, which I really like. Didn't go for 100% or all ends, yeah. So I'll have to probably explain it a couple times, but 100% this speedrun doesn't mean probably what some people think it does. There are quests that are given by Gaspar at the end of time, and we're going to be doing all those quests because they are technically all optional. We're not going to get one of every item, level up to 99, max out stats, do all that stuff. We're not doing that. So I'm sure I'll have to explain it a couple of times over the course of the run. Alright, so here we are, fighting some Nashers. Oh, he got an attack in. Too slow. So right now we're going to fight 3 enemies to get some experience points, tech points, and also revive drops. The items we get in this game are pretty important. Things like revives and shelters are especially useful. They're going to allow us to go through the game without stopping. You're not going to beat the Black Omen every time period, yeah. Play this on cartridge, could barely get far at that age, didn't seriously play this until the DS version. Didn't know what happened in the Super Nintendo cartridge. Yeah, I mean, besides changing the names of items and a few other things, it's mostly the translation that's a bit different. Like, there's an NPC in next to Chrono's home. There's like a lady sitting on a chair, and in this version, she says, "I'm so happy I could scream!" And I love that line because it's so silly. But then, the DS version, she's like, "I don't think I could be happier than I am now." I'm like, well, that's not bad, but it's no scream. Alright, anyway. So these stairs have a bit of a interesting property to them. If you go onto the left side of the stairs, completely left side, you will skip the slide animation. We're going to be doing that on our way back. But right now we have to navigate the cathedral. Yes, this is a cathedral. Full of monsters. Just goes to show how far the mystics have come. Alright. This fight. Aw. Didn't get the good RNG. You were lucky to finish any RPG rental as a kid. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. Let's see. I rented a couple RPGs as a kid. One of them was like Paper Mario 64, and yeah, I could not finish that game with the allotted time. I ran it like 4 or 5 times. Okay, so with this fight, Frog and Chrono get X-Strike. It's a powerful dual tech for this stage of the game. It's all physical based damage though. But we're going to use it on this boss fight coming up, and a couple of other times throughout the run. Alright, here we go. Left side of the stairs, and boop! Skip the slide animation. Little thing, but little time saves like that add up over the course of a 5.5 hour run. A safety save because we just come a long way already. We're in no danger of wiping in this fight for the most part, but I will be saving very often compared to how I would do in a PV attempt. Okay, so this is this old man, this Chancellor. He was disguised in the Guardia Castle. It turns out he's a monster. He's the Yakra. And he's the one who kidnapped Queen Lean. Alright, so with Yakra, he moves around the room, and as he moves close to Frog, we're gonna hit him with X-Strike. Because he's close enough to Frog, and we hit him with it, he will not counterattack. He would normally bounce around the room like a pinball if he's farther away. But we avoid all that. So what we're going to do is hit him 6 times with X-Strike, and then a single shot from Luca will finish him off. I'm going to go ahead and... Yeah, he likes to hit Luca in this fight, so I always heal her up, just in case. See, there he goes. We're also getting faster X-Strikes here because he's very close to Chrono and Frog, so this isn't normal behavior for him. Alright, he does his AoE attack, ground pound, and final X-Strike. Sometimes if we do a lot of damage with the ranges, we can defeat him with 6, but usually Luca finishes them off. Everybody gets a little level. And we saved the queen! Yay! Alright, we're gonna open up the right treasure chest for a mid-ether. And the left one has the real Chancellor. We're not gonna free him because we don't care. It's slow to free him up. Because he can free himself. No RNG manip. Yeah, we're not doing RNG manip this run. I never learned it. But it is about 10 minutes or so faster than this category. It's a much more stressful run. You cannot make mistakes with it. This one, a little more flexible. But I think it's a little more fun. Alright, so Frog realized he was not very helpful in saving Queen Lean, so he's a bit sad. We are not going to cheer him up right now. We'll get back to him later. For now, we got to get Morrow back. Yeah, there are a few things, from what I know about RNG manipulation, there's a few things. You have to save every now and then, because that resets the RNG values of the Super Nintendo, for example. And then dialogue boxes, choices you make in battle change up the RNG, but I'm no expert at it, so if what I said was a complete lie, don't hate me. Alright, so we saved Moral. Now we're gonna go back because we've had enough of adventuring. We're just hang it up and move on to the next game, I guess. Alright, avoid Frog on the way out. If you get too close to him, he'll just start talking to you and lamenting his uselessness and so on. It takes about 25-30 seconds to clear all his dialogue, so just gonna ignore him. Yeah, can I define 100% again? Sure. So 100% for this speedrun, for this, the community has decided it means getting all of the quests that Gaspar gives you at the end of time, completing all those quests. We fight every boss along the way, go to the Black Omen, defeat Zeal, do the Lavos Shell Gauntlet, then defeat Lavos Core. So. Corporate person telling us lies. Ain't it the truth? Luke is a genius. Such a good line. Okay. So right there, Marl asked a question. Why did the gates, the time gates that we're seeing, appear? And that's a question that is slowly solved throughout the game. If you wanted to know more about the lore of this game, it gets kind of deep and a bit confusing. So I won't be talking too much about it, but there is something called the entity in this game, and everyone starts to become aware of this entity, but they don't know what or who the entity is. I like to jokingly say it's Chrono's cat, because we're going to see Chrono's cat do a lot of things that you wouldn't think a cat can do. Alright, so we escort Moral back. The current timeline's forest is a little bit different, but the layout is the same. There are different enemies, but go through the forest the same way. Get back to the castle. There is a run for all endings. Recently, I mean, there are a few ways to do it. It's a lot faster with glitches, but recently, Dying to Atari and B-Dude games were able to route out glitchless 100% all endings. And I forgot the exact time length. I know it's over 10 hours long. It's not very fun after a certain point, because at a certain point you just end up fighting Lavos for like 2 hours straight. And that fight is not very fun. And you know what is fun though? Going to court. So here we are. We returned Moral, and Chrono was accused of kidnapping her. So that is a felony, punishable by death. But we're given a chance to prove our worth due to the court system that was designed after we rescued Queen Lean. Alright, people with sharp eyes might notice that whenever the text box pops up, you'll see a little dip in the frame, and whenever you see that, the people in the background with the purple robes and hats, they're turning their heads, and that causes a bunch of lag, enough to affect the dialogue boxes. Just FYI. This is Pierre, our lawyer. He does his best. He's not the best lawyer, but he tries. We're asked 2 questions here, and we picked the second answer for both. 1129. Not as bad as you thought. Yeah, sure. I know a little bit about Radical Dreamers. It's a pretty interesting game. If you're gonna get the Chrono Cross bundle, and because that is a very good game. I know some Chrono Trigger fans do not like Chrono Cross, and that's fine. but I think it's worth it if you're gonna ever play Chrono Cross. Absolutely. It's the only official English release of Radical Dreamers. Okay, so we picked the second answer for both questions, and what this does is it makes the second jury members coming up, this guy right here, whatever he says, that's what we're gonna be. Darn, we're not guilty. So, not guilty means we lose 6 seconds of time, because there's extra dialogue that we have to watch, unfortunately. This one is dead. Well, we're gonna eventually solve the mystery of this current Chancellor and why he's so antagonistic. What has he got against us and the kingdom and the king and so on? Yeah, so the Chrono Cross remaster was released on Switch, PS4, I think, PS5, yeah, PS5 too, and then the PC. It has a bit of frame rate trouble for those who are curious about it, but I'm sure the Square Enix team is working on it, making it a lot more playable. Regardless, it's a great game with a great soundtrack, and Radical Dreamers is pretty interesting too, for those who are curious about it. Anyway, guiltless percent. Yeah, so the more things you do in the Millennial Fair, such as eating the not chicken, saving the cat, or rescuing the cat that the little girl's lost, and there's one other thing, you'll be asked more and more questions by the Chancellor, and you could influence the jury so that you get, all not guilty, or all guilty, or whatever. But because we did nothing, we're only asked 2 questions. And if you're not guilty, you get a care package in the prison, a little pink bag that contains an ether, and the more not guilty verdict or jury member verdicts you get, the more ethers you'll get. I think up to 3, but we don't need this ether. It isn't necessary. What is necessary is the cup of life. Drink from the cup of life. Yeah, so our sentence was 3 days of solitary confinement, but the Chancellor says he's going to be executed, and the Warden was like, I didn't hear anything about execution, and Chancellor's like, no, he's definitely going to be executed. Do it. So that means we have to escape. And we escape with our trusty sword, which we had the whole time. Anyway. We just use a Cyclone on all the guards. We do just enough damage. Well, not just enough, but enough damage to knock them out with 1 hit. Coming up, there's going to be a little bit of movement tech, so hopefully get it. Yeah. So when you're in the right position, you can just go straight between those shield enemies. You have a little bit of leeway, like a pixel to the left, a pixel to the right of the center. You'll be fine. We get to do that twice. Alright, so coming up, the major RNG section of the prison, there are 2 guards that are on the lookout, and we gotta knock them out before they not fight them. So you hit them in the back when they're not looking, talk to them, you get a mid-tonic as a reward. This troll. Okay. And then you can skip having to do a fight that way. Hey, the Ultimate Maven, thanks for the good luck. Nice. Alright. So we're going to use Cyclone here, but we don't want to do it immediately because the guard's going to move. So you wait a little bit, then you can get both of them. Yeah, there are a lot of pixel-perfect lineups in this game that allows you to do skips. It's not limited to the tasks only. Alright, the Warden is a coward, but don't worry, Luke is here to stop him. She came to our rescue. Luke is great. Alright, if you talk to the Warden while he's down, You get 5 mid-tonics. I don't really need them, but I'm gonna get them just in case. Alright, we're gonna set our battle speed to 3, save. I don't really need to, but it's a marathon, you never know what's gonna happen. Alrighty. So here is the dragon tank. For anyone interested in learning any Chrono Trigger speedrun, this is your first barrier. This is a it's not difficult, well, it is difficult fight, but once you learn it, it becomes second nature. You have to be very quick and precise on your inputs, otherwise you will suffer throughout this fight. So Chrono's gonna hit the head 4 times, Luca's gonna hit the head 3 times. If Chrono gets a crit, it's worth 2 hits for him. That's not good. I lapsed. I should be fine though. Should be okay. Okay, that's 3 hits for Chrono. There's a crit. So now we're going to try to get a Cyclone in quickly. Should have enough time to do it before the head will heal up. Okay, good. Just in time. Now, we do Fire Whirl, another Cyclone. So at the end of this fight, if all went well up to this point, there's a little bit of RNG. The dragon tank is going to do a laser attack and a missile attack. The laser attack will almost always hit Chrono. And we don't want the missile attack to hit Chrono. If it does, we have to heal him up, costs time, and it's sad. I want it to hit Luca. Yay! Alright, good RNG. And that's the fight. Pretty sure you've died here more than once. Yeah, the dragon tank is not easy. It's, I mean, even casually, still have a lot to think about. But we're not spending it as any time necessary, longer than necessary, to get levels. So we're going to be pretty much under leveled throughout the whole game until like the very end, in which case we're going to kind of barely be on the cusp of acceptable. Alright, we're going to do a guard skip here. What you do is you walk up to the guard, hold straight down, and they don't see you. Normally they would stop you and start chasing you, but you can avoid that with a guard skip. Luca is the real protagonist, prove me wrong. The nice thing about Chrono Trigger is most of the characters are kind of like their own protagonist in the story. Chrono being the silent protagonist is kind of... I mean, he doesn't really have too much of a purpose in the story to see, besides just... I don't know. Anyway. Kind of reminds me of like Final Fantasy VI or Final Fantasy III US. Like, who is the protagonist in that story? You could say it's Terra, but you know, a lot of other characters in that game have a lot of motivations. Anyway. Yeah, Luca's dad. And we're about to see Luca's dad again. He's really important to the Glitchless 100% category. Alright, so the guards, they've cornered us in this forest, because obviously these trees are solid and we can't just run between the trees. Okay though, we have a way out. And that is to go to a dead end, but it has a warp point, so we're fine. Alright, for those who missed it, we're about to see the Chancellor's great expression, where his mouth is going to grow 3 sizes this day. Maybe 5. 5 times the size. It's a magic trick. He's really good at it. Maybe because he's not human. Anyway. So in this warp point, we go to the future. And then Chrono Trigger, the future is bleak. It's not fun. It's not bright. Just dark, dreary, lugubrious. Alright. What we're going to do here is purposely let these rats take our tonics. What this is going to do is open up a text box, and that's going to overwrite the ability to get an ambush, or hit the ambush trigger. And you don't have to do that. If you want to argue that that's a glitch, fine. But you could just go around the enemies. It's a lot slower than going through the ambush trigger. And if you don't have tonics in your inventory, they'll just take like 500 gold every time they touch you. Yeah, spoilers. Oh. I am gonna save here. Guardian fight's no joke. Alright, we learned that there are traces of humanity in the future, but it's scattered, and they are not doing very well. So we're gonna inspire some hope for them. This area always makes me think of the rafters area in Final Fantasy VI, just above the opera. There's no opera here, just a giant robot. So what we're gonna do is take out the left and right bit first, before ever hitting the center Guardian. The Guardian will counterattack if you hit it while there are bits that are alive. The bits have 200 HP each. We're gonna carefully take down the bit based on the damage we do. So Chrono does about 60 per hit. Marl does... when she crits, she does 80. Alright, so now it's a damage rush. While the bits are gone, we want to hit the Guardian as many times as possible, and we want to see as many critical hits from Marl, Chrono, and Luca. Luca does her best. She only does like 40 damage with a crit, but Marl and Chrono have a lot more attack power right now. So as it's counting down, what it's going to do is revive the bits. We're going to have to defeat them again. I think it's impossible as we are now to one cycle the Guardian. So we'll call the bits, we'll defeat them again, and then we'll get to this part again. Alright. Oh, good lineup. So we like it when the bits line up so that Luca can hit both of them with a flame toss. Again? 2 for 2? That's good luck. The 2 for... oh, a crit, I see. Chrono had enough of that guy. Amplifier. So, this can happen when you don't have enough, when there's one bit left, and you've allowed to have a little bit of time. But we didn't stagger the... oop, there's a crit, nice. Didn't defeat the bit quickly enough, is what I'm saying. So yeah, since we got a crit from Chrono, there's almost no chance that we don't defeat the Guardian before it revives the bit again, though it can sometimes happen, and it's a real shame when it does. Yeah, you're gonna see after the end of this fight, nice breakdown, we were so under-leveled for this fight that everybody is going to get 2 levels off of this one boss fight. So, just throwing that out there. Alright, success. So in the back of this room is a giant refrigerator box. but the refrigeration has failed, so all the food is spoiled. And somebody's father went down here to find food a long time ago, but what they did find was a magical seed. And magical seeds are going to be, and plants, are going to be a theme in this game. For now, we're just going to deliver that. So the corpse told us in a note that this rat knows the way to go through the rest of this, what is this place called? Eris Dome. We have to catch him, and the rat talks to us. Hold L and R while hitting A to activate certain things in this place, such as this console. Alright, we're gonna have careful movement through this section to avoid enemy encounters. Oops. Okay. Don't like bonking on corners in this game. Alright, made it. Always like the combo system in this game. Yeah, it's pretty fun, and it was definitely unique for the time, pretty sure. Not like I'm an expert on all RPGs, but yeah, the tech system is easy to pick up, easy to understand. It's definitely fun. So here in this console, because Luke is a genius, she found a video broadcasting recording of 1999, the day of Lavos. So, in 1999, a being arose from the earth, destruction reigned from the heavens. Humanity as we knew it is basically wiped out. And Marl doesn't like that, so she's going to convince Luca and Chrono that, hey, we should do something about this. Because honestly, Luca and Chrono don't really care. Luca's like, oh, this is bad, and Chrono's like, yeah, whatever. But Marl, she's got that drive, she's got that fire. Even though she's an ice water elemental user, she's got the fire in her spirit. And because we choose to save the world, that makes us heroes. So we get the hero music. Yeah, a bunch of teenagers saving the world? What can go wrong? Nothing, that's what. Not like you're gonna ruin the timeline or anything like that. So this is Doan. We find out a little bit later about him. I guess I'll go ahead and spoil it for those who don't know and who will forget who this character is, but he is Marl's eventual ancestor. The Guardia Kingdom line lives within Doan. Anyway, so we give them the magical seed so that they can have food, so they don't have to always go to the Enertron to get energy. Alright, speaking of energy, here's the most energetic man you've ever seen. He is the man. He's Johnny. It's the man. Anyway, so Johnny, he likes racing. He will not let us pass until we race him, so that's what we're gonna do. Every speedrunner has their way of winning this race relatively easily. The way I do it is just go left, boost, and then just weave back and forth left and right. The ideal way to do it, you see the top speedrunners and also people who work on the tasks, they will go right in front of Johnny, and Johnny will bump them forward constantly throughout the entire race, and at the very end you boost at the right time. That requires a lot of dexterity, and I've never really tried to do it. It's not easy. So what is easy though is just weaving back and forth, and then boosting at the end, and we win. GG. Nobody's ever lost to Johnny before in a speedrun. Nobody. Nobody. Alright, we're gonna heal up Luca. He took a little damage. I wanna make sure everybody's at least, 39 or more HP for this next fight. Especially Luca. Usually takes 2 hits here. Nice crit though. That's really good. Oh, that was the wrong. How did Luca outspeed Morrow? Excuse me, game. I don't know how this works. Anyway, ATB values can be very strange sometimes. Anyway, we're fine though. So coming up, there are a bunch of robots that are asleep. In order not to wake them up, you have to walk. You just run forward, you're gonna have a bad day. Because that group of robots, you can't run from that fight, and it's a little bit slow. But who is also slow and we can't run from is Robo. Most people's favorite character in the game. Robo's great. He's also got a great theme song. Oh yeah, I think I found that bike log item, Alter Maven. I was doing a casual DS playthrough not too long ago. I remember getting that, something like that, and I was like, what is this? I'm like, oh, okay. Alright. Cue your Rickroll, Rick Astley, never gonna give you up. Okay. I'm gonna name Robo 9 because lowercase o is already taken. You could also name him comma. You can name him space if you wanted to, or any singular letter works. What does 100% mean? It's a good question. It'll be asked many times in the run. No worries. We're going to do all the optional quests given by Gaspar at the end of time. We will not be getting one of every item, because that would take multiple playthroughs. Yet we're not gonna see every ending, because that would take several hours to do. And we're not gonna get to level 99, touch every tile in the game, things like that. So just all the optional quests. I like to call this category all quests, but 100% glitchless is the accepted title. Alright, what we're gonna do here is give Robo a berserker, heal people up. Guess I should save. Yeah, no worries. Alright. You guys ready for some RNG? I sure am. We have 2 fights in this place that are based on RNG. And it can go pretty slowly if we're unlucky. Look at this slime enemy. It's deceptive, but it has a really high defense value. So we only do random damage to it. Hey, aw, 2. That was a 2 damage crit. Hey, crit! 4 damage crit. Luca almost did it. She did the most damage out of all of them. Anyway, the damage values range from 1 to... For Chrono, it's 10. For Robo, it's 12. And Luca, I think it's 6. So, we're getting like 3 or more damage per hit. That's okay. Pretty good. Anyway, that was the appetizer. Getting on to the main event soon. when it comes to RNG. I didn't open the chest, okay. We're gonna run from this. I'll explain running a little bit later. We've been running a couple of times throughout the game. It's an interesting mechanic, how it works. Alright, gonna do some careful movement. Careful movement, I say. Chest. Alright, here we go. Here we go. RNG. So we can get a random amount of orange slimes or green slimes. We want to see more green than orange. Okay, 3 versus 2. That's nice. So the green slimes have less defense and less HP than the orange slimes. You want to take those out first. If you're a little slow or just unfortunate. Hey, that's a good hit from Robo. Good job, Robo. That's a bad hit from Luca. Darn it, Luca. Save the pH monstrosity. Chemistry jokes, they're great. Also, what also is great is hitting 4 enemies at once with a Cyclone and getting a good damage roll on one of them. On 2 of them. But seeing this chemical fusion attack is pretty slow. We want to avoid this if possible. 12! Max damage. Good job, Robo. Wrong target, though. Should hit the orange one. Alright. That was about average in terms of how long it took. You could expect to see 1 chemical fusion attack every attempt. We saw 3, which is below average, but we did good damage on all of them, so that's good. Alright, so we're going to get an item. So what you can do is hold XABY. You automatically input the code here. Battle speed. So this factory is a huge level, and what you're supposed to do is go to different places and go through a whole puzzle, finding all sorts of enemies to get the password, which is Zabi, XABY. But when you know the password, you could just input it and you're fine. So we skip a huge chunk of this dungeon. Or this level, I should say. How they chemically fuse and not neutralize. Yeah. Magic. Magic. Alright, everybody. For anyone who has any sort of like Bible thump emote, or some sad emote, get ready to post it. Now's a great time for it. Robo's about to meet his friends. His best friends. They're blue. Punch in the face. So we learned that Robo is somehow defective because the robot's programming has been to destroy all humans and humanity, but Robo is protecting us and helping us. So they throw him on the ground and start beating him up, kicking him to the curb. Chrono's gonna inch forward a little bit. That's good. Robo's gonna try to get away. Please stop. But they don't stop. And then they throw him in the garbage. So sad. He just wanted friends. That's all he wanted. It's okay, we're gonna get revenge for him. Alright. So, I'm gonna use Cyclone. Cyclone on the front row, then Cyclone on the back row. This fight is can be pretty scary if you're slow on your inputs. Which I sometimes am. Can spiral out of control. And that was okay. So we're gonna try to defeat the back row before they get their punch attacks again. Okay, that should be good. Nice. So then they do their just robot punch. This does like 15 to 17 damage each, so as long as you have more than 50 HP, no one is in danger of getting knocked out. And that's the fight. I like how Chrono does nothing about this, except he's the main attacker. Sub 55. So Luca, being the genius she is with machines, she's strongly affected by Robo, seeing an artificial intelligence being thrashed, so she resolves it to fix him up. Alright, last chance we get to hear Robo's theme. It's gonna be quick, but enjoy it, everybody. Won't hear it again. There it is. 10 seconds of song. Yeah, if you keep running to the left, to the right, Robo will tell you to stop and say, please don't interfere. I didn't do that because, I don't know, extra dialogue. Gotta save time though. Alright, so here we are. This strange isometric looking place. It's the end of time. I'm gonna eat from the giant green cupcake. Talk to Gaspar, this dapper old gentleman. Who is mysterious. So he explains some of the mechanics of the game, which I missed casually. Eventually, after this cutscene, we get the ability to change out our party members by holding the Y button, or pushing the Y button. And I completely missed that in my casual playthrough of this game. So every time I wanted to change out a party member, I went to the end of time to do it, which is slow. It makes sense, like, thematically, but... Well. Alright, and here's Specchio. Specchio, the Master of War. He's a remnant of the Zeal Kingdom. You don't find that out till later, but he takes on the appearance of whatever level you currently are at. So most people, when they get here, they'll be like level 10 or higher. We're not level 10, so we get a frog. And he changes form every 10 levels up to level 40, or he'll look like the Masamune. And then at level 90, he adapts the form of a golden new. He's going to teach us magic, and the way to get magic is to run around in circles 3 times, while Frog is dancing, obviously. So Chrono learns lightning magic, Maro learns water/ice magic, it's ice magic, and Luca gets fire. We are not going to fight Specchio here, you have the option to. And if you defeat him, you get a free magic tab, which permanently increases your magic by 1 point, which is very useful. But it takes too long, it's not worth fighting him. But if you do accidentally hit yes, because you're mashing and not paying attention, you get something out of it, I guess. Alright, so we end up in the pantry of some mystics, and they are very nice. They're very kind mystics. They look like, you know, General Pilaf and Garlic Jr. and whatnot. But speaking of tabs, we're gonna go pick up 2 of them right now. On this table here, speed tab, and then a magic tab up here. So, in this game, as you level up, your strength, your magic, and hit rate will eventually go up, and vitality and a few other things. Speed does not increase with level. Right, Katana. This is Melchior. He's important. We'll talk more about Melchior later. Right now we just get a sword that boosts Chrono's magic by 2 points. It's very useful because Chrono is a terrible magic user. So yeah, throughout the game we're going to go out of our way to acquire all the speed tabs that we can, because our main party is going to be 2 of the slowest characters in the game and 1 character who is decently fast. And those 2 slow characters, Luca and Robo, need all the help they can get to get faster. Alright, so I could explain what running away does in the speedrun, and just casually. So the developers of the game made a unique choice in that when you run from an enemy in this game, it despawns the enemy on the screen. Some games with enemies wandering about on the screen, if you run from them in like an RPG like Chrono Cross, the enemy still remains after you run. But in Chrono Trigger, they despawn, which means they're just gone for good. So it's very magical and very helpful. But what we're doing in the speedrun is we're holding L and R at the start. We're hitting the A button as soon as we can to get into the tech menu. Because holding L and R, it has like a meter, a run meter that builds up that's invisible. And when you're in a tech menu or an item menu, that meter keeps accruing even though, even though nothing's happening, because we set the beginning to be on ATB wait, so enemies cannot take their turn while we're in menus. What that generally means. We're gonna save and get ready for the Hecarim. So the theme of the Hecarim cave, which is where we're at right now, is that all the enemies can only be damaged by magic. And Hecarim is no exception. But at the very start of the fight, Luca and Marl got the dual tech antipode, which is very helpful. Yeah, I didn't really run from things either when I was a kid. So I would have never known about the interesting mechanic that running away has in this game. Alright, so in Cycle 1, Hecarim's just gonna blow bubbles, do some damage. We're gonna hit him with lightning, antipode, lightning, antipode, lightning. Just all the lightning. Eventually, Chrono's gonna switch to Slash, because Slash is a much faster animation and does only a little bit less damage than the lightning attack. Right now, Hecarim's gonna... Okay, good. He's gonna switch to a counterattack phase. We're gonna heal up. Whoop. Yeah. Heal people up who got hurt. And do not hit him while he's in this counterattack pose, because he'll summon a tsunami or whatever, and does damage to everybody. It's too greedy to run away from everything. Yeah, you miss out on all that experience points, tech points, and the drops. Understandable. Alright, we're gonna wait here for his bubble attack. We're gonna do Slash. Code. Alright, now this is where Hecarim gets dangerous, and you can play risky if you want to. Well, what Hecarim's gonna do is do 2 cyclone attacks in a row, and you're betting that it doesn't hit the same person twice if you're gonna play it risky. I'm not, because it's a marathon. I don't like playing risky in this fight anyway. So we heal up whoever gets hit. Okay, so if I would have played it risky, it would have paid off. I wouldn't have had to heal Chrono. Isn't lightning the antipode of water? Question. Sounds like it. Okay, yes indeed, did not hit Luca, it's good. Slash. Okay, we've done enough damage to Hecarim very soon that he's going to be in this pose, and we could still hit him while he's in this pose. Not right now, because he's still in the counterattack phase, but now we can hit him. Alright, still gonna play it safe. He's gonna do the water cyclone attack twice in a row. This time, Chrono he's ready. He's on standby. more antipode, and a slash. Yeah, good old Hecarim. They make a reference to Hecarim in Chrono, for those who've played the beginning of that game at least. Oh, okay, I was a little slow. Slash, and that's the fight. So Hecarim talks a little bit about the Mystics and Magus, and kind of sets up the next portion of the game. Who is this Magus? Why did he try to fight people in the Middle Ages, and so on? Alright. So we mentioned Luca's father earlier. We're gonna go visit him right now. But first we're gonna go see Luca's mother. Her name is Lara. She's unable to walk, but don't worry, we're gonna fix her up soon. Just has to wait a couple of hours. Alright, so with Tabin, he will periodically make good equipment for Luca, on Luca only. And so we just got the Tabin vest. And that gives Luca a +1 to speed, and a little bit of fire resist. So we'll come back for later to get the other goodies. But for now, we're gonna eat some not chicken. And go fight Gato. It's the perfect time to fight Gato. So, as many know, Gato will give you 15 silver points when you defeat him. And we're going to need 45 silver points for later. Now it's just a really good time to pick it up. Chrono can one-shot Gato. It's a very fast fight. This is very slow in the early game. I never realized how slow until I replayed on the DS version, but Gato will just slowly walk around and punch people, and then after you win the fight, he slowly walks back to his starting position, and so on. So it's just really efficient to do the fight now. Good investment, nice. Yeah, it is. Tabin is the best investment. Except when he refuses to go on hikes with the family, and he's the worst. Okay, so we got our 45 silver points. We'll be on our way. We're going to go back to the Middle Ages, 600 AD, and do bird skip again. So I'll be able to explain bird skip a little bit better. For bird skip, all you have to do is go on the far left side of the bridge, and there's a couple of places you could stand, but you want to be flush up against the top of the bridge. And then when you get on the right pixel, there are a few good pixels. Instead of holding left on the D-pad, you hold up. And then you'll go, the collision on the edge of the bridge will push you over the ambush trigger. So let's see if we get it. Okay, a little slow on the setup, but we got it. And that just allows you to skip the bird fight. And if you miss it, it's fine. The running away from the bird is very fast, but it's just a nice little skip that is very doable. But again, it's patched out of the DS version and the PC version. Anyone who's inspired to try it afterward, you may be disappointed. Okay, so we just went to the bridge, Zenan Bridge, where the war is currently at a forefront, whatever, and they're out of food. So naturally, being teenage heroes, we're gonna go feed some soldiers, because that is what we do. Soldiers need food. We go to the kitchens, go talk to the head chef, who is the captain's brother. Gonna despawn this text. It's slow, no wait. Alright. Yeah, there's a theme with Super Nintendo games and birds being jerks, that's for sure. Alright, So we get the all-important jerky to feed the soldiers, and he rewards us with a power tap. What a nice chef. Nice chef brother. Alrighty. Getting to the meat of the map. Love the puns, keep them coming. I don't mind puns at all. Alright, fighting on the bridge. Battle on the bridge. There's no Gilgamesh, but, you know, it's still a bridge and there is a battle, so just imagine the theme in your head. You'll be fine. Alright, this is Ozzy. Ozzy is a necromancer. But Ozzy, he gets distracted kind of easily. So all we have to do is hit Ozzy 3 times, and that will break his concentration. He will fail his constitution check, and the skeletons he summoned will go away. It's much faster to do that than actually fight the skeletons. Rather just bones. Yeah, this is a pretty morbid scene, in all honesty. Ozzy using the corpses of the dead soldiers to fight against you. Chrono, stop critting. Critting animations in this game, some of them are slow. Chrono's is one of the slowest. So it actually loses time to get a crit. Alright. In some cases it saves time, but in most cases it loses time. Alright, big menu here. Okay, good. Yes, Piccolo. Yeah, sure. Doesn't have the right head for it, though. He's green, though. Alright, speaking of green, Zombor's kind of green. Robo is still berserked. What we're gonna do with Zombor is aim for the top half first. The bottom half is more susceptible to magic attacks, and the top half is more susceptible to physical attacks. We want Robo to hit the top, but sometimes he doesn't like to do that. Come on, Robo. Do better. 50-50 chance. Robo? That is not the top. Come on now. Good job, Luca. You got a crit. Robo, please. You should get your eyes changed out. So what happens is if you don't defeat the top quickly enough, you get to see the Doom 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 attack, which is like a laser beam. There it is. And it's not super dangerous, as it could be. I'm gonna... I feel afraid. Oh, Luca has... Nah, she's not gonna live this. Robo, please. You may... This is scary. Okay, thank God. If he did the Doom 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 attack, I think we would have lost. And that would have lost a lot of time. Whew. Okay, so you can't do anything. Robo almost killed the run. Yikes. We're safe now. Everything is fine. Alright. Okay. Favorite shopping trip of the game, right here. Oh, man. Almost botched it. Okay. So now we get to climb up Mount Denadoro. So if we were to go back to the Guardia Castle and talk to the king, he would have told us that he found a hero. A young man with the hero badge, whose name is Tata. I didn't name him. Anyway, he asked Tata to go find the legendary sword, the Masamune. There he is. He's running from this goblin. This battle right here, the next one, is going to teach you the mechanics, or the gimmick, of this level. In that the Ogons, who carry a wooden hammer, have extremely high defense. Unless you hit them with fire, then they lose their defense, because they drop their hammer, because obviously hammers are shields. They're the best shields. Okay, so Denadoro Mountain is actually a lot of fun, one of my favorite parts of the speedrun. Besides this fight up here, we're going to dodge every single enemy and ambush site in this place, hopefully. So the movement is a lot of fun through this area, in my opinion. Alright, coming up is the slip and slide section. It's pretty fun. So all you have to do is hold B as you're falling, and then a directional button, and you can control Chrono as he's falling here. And get close to this treasure chest. Slip and slide. Not a glitch. Right, mountains are nice. Mountains are nice. This is the life. Mountains are nice. Man, you're nosy. Make a magic tab. Gladly. Good, safety save. Don't expect any trouble, but you never know. Here's a very well hidden speed tab. And again, speed tabs are the most important things to pick up. We'll be picking up every one we can. Alright, good Denadoro. Fire, paper, hammer. Alrighty, so we're about to see the power of Hypno Wave. Hypno Wave is a fun idea, but in casual playthrough I never got it to work. But there are some boss fights that are susceptible to sleep. So Luca is going to prove her worth the first of many times. This really good tech. So, while one of the members, Masa or Mune, while they're asleep, they cannot attack you. Can't do anything. So we just wail on them. Worst fight incoming. It's not so bad in this category. in any percent, no LSS, it can be bad, very bad. Monsters, they're magical, dreamlike entities. They're not monsters. They're also a sword. Because that's how the game goes. Okay, here's Masamune. He's no joke. He's powerful, but his legs are tiny. Don't make fun of him for that. He doesn't like that. What we're gonna do is be careful, watch everybody's HP to see who gets hit, and heal them up as necessary. Nice crit. Good crit. Good. He didn't go over to Luca. That's what we want to see. Another crit. That's also something we'd like to see. Just make this fight shorter, why don't you? Alright, so Masamune will go into a charge phase where he's building up wind power. And the only thing that can stop wind power is wind. So that's what we're gonna do. Slash. You can hit him while he's charging power, and he has a very weak counterattack, which sometimes it's worth exploiting that. Oh, wait, okay, I'm gonna heal up Chrono, because he's a bit low. So at a certain point, it's about right now, Masamune's attack will double. So instead of doing like 40-50 damage per hit, he'll do about 100, depending on who he's hitting. So Luca is the worst target, because she normally cannot tank more than one hit. You can risk it, but it's usually not worth the risk. He must have skipped leg day. That's the joke. As people say, skipped leg day, man. Anyway, we're getting a really good fight. Only had to heal twice. Very fortunate. 90 exact. Oh. Okay, there we go. Okay, after the second charge, he's very close to getting knocked out, especially with the two earlier crits. Oh, it didn't spawn, it's on board. 982. Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. Should be close. Very good fight. Alright, we're gonna become the wind, everybody. And see one of my favorite little animations in the game. We go onto the world map, everybody's sprite is so small and so cute. They're going to like spin and bounce on the map. I think it's really great. They changed up the sprites in the PC version. They look terrible in my opinion, but Super Nintendo and the DS version kept the original sprites. But we will become the wind. So we proved our worth. We got half of the broken blade of Masamune. We're gonna go get the other half. And we know another swordsman who may know something about the other half of the blade. We gotta pay him a visit. Oop. Bouncing on the map. Okay, so we mentioned Tata, the little kid who ran away. Here he is. So he found the hero's badge, or hero medal, and so that obviously makes him a hero. So he's been posing as one and fooling everybody, so he can't take it anymore, so he's gonna give it up. We're gonna give it to somebody who deserves it? Question mark. Also, pay attention to that candle, everybody. That is an enormous flame for a candle. Cannot believe just how much fire is being generated. The Masamoon. Yeah, when it comes to that name, like that's a name you find in all sorts of RPGs and other game genres. My rule of thumb with any name in any game is because it's fiction, you could pronounce it however you want. But if you're gonna talk about the actual, like, historical name, try to pronounce it the right way, just to be respectful. Also, there was a new there. News or bad news. Actually, they're thought to be good luck, but over the past year, myself and all the other Chrono Trigger runners who've been running this category have discovered that the more blue news we see, the worse luck we're gonna get. Anyway. Okay. So we're gonna make our way back to the end of time. Go pay a visit to Melchior. Melchior knows something about swords. Now, actually about all sorts of weapons. So we're going to see what he can do about the Masamune. Also, Robo read the hilt of the sword and saw Melchior's name on it, although it was spelled backwards. The candle is a metaphor for Frog. That which burns twice as strong burns half as long. Dang. Poor Frog. Okay, on the way, we're gonna eat some cake. Normally you avoid this to save like 5 seconds. Maybe 3 seconds. But cake is delicious and nutritious in this world. We're just gonna eat it. Base safe. Alright. Hello, Melchior. Tell me what you know about swords. It's a long story, he says. You want to hear the story, he says. Well, I got some dreamstone. I had that, I can make a sword. Alright, end of story. Such a long story. Alright. So he tells us there's a legendary substance called dreamstone. It's a giant, well, not giant, big red rock. And that's what he used to forge this sword, which is a combination of dreams? Something else. Masamune is weird. Bad news bears. Alright, here we go. My favorite character in the game. Make her introduction. So if you go to 65 million BC at any other time before talking to Melchior, you fall down this ravine, valley, and nothing happens. But since we did, we get surprised by some reptiles. But Robo is ready to deal with the reptiles. Laser beam. The cake is a lie. Not in this game, the cake is the truth. Everywhere else, cake is a lie. Which side quest do I like most? Oh man. They're all kind of bad. I don't know. I gotta think about it. There's always something bad about all of them. When I say bad, I mean something I don't like. Let's see. That's a tough choice. Being perfectly honest. I can't choose. I honestly can't. Alright, here's Ayla. I'm gonna name her Kay, because it's just tradition for me. It reminds me of someone I used to know. I name her after her. Hey, how's it going, Shinobi? So yeah, I was thinking about Death Peak. Death Peak is interesting quest and has a nice ending to it, but it's a little bit boring. Robo's quest has a lot of interesting things to it from like the speedrun point of view. I guess casually it's also kind of boring. Marl's quest has the most drama. That's interesting in that regard, story-wise. Alright, we just picked up our second Berserker. I'm gonna make use of that. Frog's quest, it's probably the shortest. The Sunstone quest is kind of interesting, but I never liked Son of Sun as a casual boss. And then that leaves the Green Dream getting Fiona's Forest going. And that's a great quest, but then there's Red Knight, and Red Knight's the worst. Everyone knows Red Knight is the worst. So yeah, and then Magus, I guess Magus's quest. It's short, it's amusing. Didn't really think about it. But... Alright, here we are. Ayla is so great, she throws a banquet. So we're gonna let Robo dance 4 times. Well, you know what, let's join in. Just dance. Dance. And then we talk to him about the soup. He says there's bugs in the soup. And we talk to Ayla. We're also going to talk about soup. Which side quest do I dislike? That's what I was doing, Servant. I was doing both. Which one do I like most? Which one do I dislike the most? And they're equal. Because every one of them have something bad in it that I dislike. Okay, Ayla challenges us to a soup drinking contest. All you have to do is mash kind of lightly. You should be able to defeat Ayla. And in return, she'll give us the red rock because she likes us and she respects us. Anyway, yes, soup. Jurassic pork soup is what they call it. The best soup. Super bright. I love the transition from dark party to super bright morning. It's great. Alright, we discovered that Luca's gate key that we've been using to travel between places is gone. So we go ask Ayla, wake up sleepyhead, if she can help us out. And of course she can, because Ayla's the best. The soup? Ash to drink. So for anyone who doesn't know a whole lot about Chrono Trigger, you might think that Ayla has a tail. She does not have a tail. She's wearing like a scarf. I know that I had to make an emote for my channel, but she has a scarf that kind of trails. I guess it's based off of like a tiger or something. And the tail part of the scarf trails behind her. So a lot of people are like, oh, it was a cat girl. No, she's not. She is not. So we learned that Kino, who really likes Ayla, Kino took the thing, and he felt bad because he lost it because the Reptites took it from him. So now we gotta go get it back from the Reptites. Now we're in this forest. This forest is really interesting because it's hard to see. There are shadows everywhere. There are 2 planes to travel on, and there are all sorts of ambush sites here. So we're carefully navigating through the forest maze to avoid all enemy encounters. Sometimes you get stuck on that corner. Alright, success. Oh, what did I just do? Oh no. Oh no. Dang it. I don't think I can run from that. Oh, this is not normal. Slash, you attack. Spin. Oh man, well this is... So, I was supposed to just go down the hole, but I talked to the Evil Weevil, because that's what we do in the next room, so I got a little sidetracked. Our experience and tech points should be fine. Won't be messed up, nice crit. But yeah, this place is terrible. If you're going for like 100% opening up all treasure chests, there is an elixir hidden, and it's in a terrible spot. You have to spend a long time getting just the right RNG to fall down a hole so you can take out the enemies there. No, you have to wait for the enemies there so that they can open up a hole. Then you fight the enemies, then you go down the second hole, and then there's an elixir. So It's a lot of effort for just a single elixir. Alright. So now we're back on track. Just a little bit more experience. Alright, this Megasaur will show us a theme of the dinosaurs, which is when you use a lightning attack on a dinosaur, like a Megasaur, it lowers their defense value. Like the only thing they're weak to. And then so just regular melee attacks do a significant amount of time. Don't remember my last save. I'm gonna save like right after this, so we're not too far from the save. It wasn't a run killer, it's just very unexpected. Don't normally fight that group of enemies at all. Alright. Get this rock helm. You just walk here. Try to run from this group. This is one of the most awkward fights to run from in the game. Just the menuing feels bad. So sometimes you run immediately and sometimes you don't. It's okay though. Alright. Ayla. There we go. Safe and sound. Yeah, we are on a very specific tech route for some characters, mostly Luca. So when you get off tech too far, you get too many tech points or too little tech points, that'll affect things later on in the game, but that fight is insignificant. All it's gonna do is let Chrono and Ayla level up a little bit sooner than normal. By the time we get to Ocean Palace. Alright. So, Nizbel. Wait for him to attack. Lightning. So in this fight, we have a little bit of RNG. We're hoping that Ayla can get 2 crits, because she does a lot of damage. Robo does his best, he's gonna do a little bit of chip damage, but Ayla is the queen of damage. So, if we get 2, then we can breeze through the second part of this fight, which is great. If we get only 1 crit or none, you have to play it safe and go into a 3rd phase. We're gonna see, I think, 2 main phases here. So discharge, and with lightning again. Then Chrono will be our healer. He's gonna heal up Ayla and himself. Nice second crit, that's excellent. Hey, Robo joining in. Good job, Robo. Unfortunately for Robo, Robo's not important enough to survive this fight. Also, nice 4th crit, I think. So we're just gonna heal up Ayla and Chrono. That's all we really have time for anyway. And after that, I'm gonna do 1 more lightning attack. And then, if we didn't get the crits we needed from Ayla, we would go into another healing phase. So, yeah, Ayla is K, so sorry about that. It's a little bit of a joke for my stream. Not a good joke. But later on, Ayla's gonna have to charm some things. So that's your time to say K thanks. Her cat girl, she's not a cat girl. Anyway, so we won, yay! Don't worry, Nizbel will be back. We haven't seen the last of muscular Triceratops anthropomorphic dinosaur man who lifts weights. Alright, Ayla burps because she had too much soup. But don't worry, she's fine now. So if we get some good movement here, we could skip a dialogue box. Got it, nice. It's very minimal. Not important to get that skip at all, just for swag, I guess. Alright, and we're done. So now we have the red rock, which means we can make a sword. Just got to give it back. vowel, a number, and a consonant. Yep. Sometimes you get a particle. Wait, what's it called? What's a comma called? Man, it's been so long. Punctuation mark. There we go. Sometimes you name Robo comma instead of 9, but Ayo was named Kami. It's a good name for her. She is just as powerful as Kami. Okay, so let's go back to Melchior. Alright. And we get in this split, I say split, like you guys can see it. This is a long split that has a lot of cutscenes. We're gonna get a lot of backstory for Frog. And why Frog gets all the backstory in the game when most everybody else are ignored, I don't know, but developers really liked Frog. He's a good character, I like him too, but some of the cutscenes are a little excessive. Alright everybody, get your cat jams ready for Corridors of Time. Everybody loves this song. What we're going to do here is walk against Melchior while he's stationary. This is going to speed up the cutscene by just a little bit. Really odd mechanic, but it works. Go. Don't worry, we'll hear more of the Corridors of Time later. We just get a taste of it. Spiritual enemy. Energy emanating from the sword, which tells us the sword is alive with dream creatures. That's what Masa and Mune are. Yeah, the basic theme in, like the heroic theme in Chrono Trigger, the homeworld is the variation on that theme. Though there are a lot of parallels in the soundtrack between the two games, but a lot of the Chrono Cross's OST is pretty unique and original. Alright, final bird skip. Go to the left side of the bridge, hold up on the right pixel. You can get it. Nice. 3 for 3 in a marathon. It's nice. Usually I get 2 for 3. It's okay to miss one. So now we're gonna go try to cheer up Frog, because remember, ever since we rescued Queen Lean, he's been down in the dumps. Or down in the swamp? Or in a swamp, I guess. Yes. He needs some help. We need to be a friend, so we're gonna be a friend to him. Secret of the Forest. Yeah, unfortunately that's a really good track, but we don't hear it in the speedrun for very long. It is a very long track for what a small area it is in the game. So let's finish the replay of Chrono Cross. It was a great revisit. Nice. Glad you liked it. It's a really fun game. There's a lot to do in the game, those who like 100% in games or RPGs. And fun fact about names, in Chrono Cross you cannot name Surge Chrono. They will not accept that name, which I thought was kind of fun. Lagoon? So we see Glenn, a lad with green hair. I wonder who it could be. That Glenn is Frog. So he had adventures with Cyrus, the master swordsman, who we learn Glenn is actually better than Cyrus at the sword. But Glenn doesn't like fighting because he's a pacifist. Or something like that, I don't know. So Cyrus got the hero's badge from the Frog King, whatever. But then, on top of Mount Denadoro, Magus appeared. And Ozzy too. Can't forget Ozzy. But mostly Magus. Because Magus is gonna slap Cyrus with his cape. Harder than Mario ever could. Bang! So hard it broke the sword, I like to imagine. And Cyrus perished in the fight against Magus. It wasn't much of a fight, because Magus is pretty strong. And then Ozzy encourages Magus to turn Glenn into a frog, because it would be funny. He does. Never knew what to do after fighting Miguel. Chrono Cross. Yeah, the game kind of opens up there. You're supposed to find the dragons. That's the main quest. But man, is there a lot to do. A lot of places to visit. It's easy to get lost in that game and also this game. When I first played Chrono Trigger, I never knew what to do to get the Masamune quest going. Like, I went to 65 million BC, never saw Ayla, so I never progressed the story. And I just spent like 10 hours wandering about. Anyway, so far we're 1 for 3 on news. Okay, 1 for 4, so that's good. Only 1 new. Which means we're not cursed. The run is no longer cursed. Alright everybody, well this is a long cutscene, but I'll bring it up again. At the end of this cutscene, if you are wearing headphones, or in a place like where the music is up, I would suggest turning the music down. Or the volume down, because there's going to be a loud noise at the end of this cutscene, and people who have sensitive ears, you might not like it, so I'll remind you. Right now, Cyrus is telling Glenn is a marshmallow, which is a great translation, by the way. Here we go. You're a marshmallow. In the DS version, he's like, you're too soft, as in, just because you don't want to hurt people doesn't mean you shouldn't stand up for yourself. Yeah, both Chrono games don't necessarily do the best job telling you what to do, which is nice, you know. When RPGs really hold your hand and take it step by step, you need to do this, you need to find this person. Let me constantly tell you what you need to do. It can get annoying. But at the same time, on the other side, a game that's like, well, do whatever you want. It's easy to get lost and not know what you need to do. But both games have enough direction, I feel, that you don't get too lost. So Glenn, who was wounded, I won't say mortally wounded, but he's wounded, turned into a frog, fell down the waterfall, survived the fall, gets the hero's badge. So we get to see Frog's tragic life. It's tragic. So. But he's going to get his revenge. Alright everybody, prepare your ears. Handeth over the Masamune. It's me, Frog. I will split this mountain in twain. Kind of. Okay. It's not the worst sound effect on the Super Nintendo. That's reserved for Vacuum 2 and 7th Saga. But it's not great. Not great on the ears. Alright, so what we're gonna do is immediately get into an encounter, because we're on a timer in this room. We're gonna hope to run away. Usually the little rat, the gremlin, will get an attack off. Yeah. It happens. Okay. So I mentioned we're on a timer. There are a bunch of bats in the upper right corner that move based on how long you're in this room. So with good movement, being very quick, you'll dodge these bats every time. If you're a little slow, you get an encounter that is really slow afterward. Alright. I'm gonna save. And we will go to Magus's lair. My poor eyeball. Earballs. Oh, you said eyeballs. I'm like, yeah, it is. It's a bright flash, I guess. Yeah, that's right. Beep. Hey, look, a dragon. We're never going to see a dragon in this game. If you want to see dragons, play Chrono Cross. Alright, Magus's castle. It's pretty quiet, as the game wants you to explore left side and the right side first before you're allowed to progress. That's what we're doing right here. If you talk to these people, they're gonna say some weird things. It's almost gonna indicate to you that maybe they're not human. Maybe. In this room, you get images of people who are the most important to the character's life. So Robo's most important person is Luca, Chrono is his mom, and then Frog is Queen Lean, which is cute. Alright, now we can begin. There's a chance we defeat all these enemies before they get a chance to attack. I hope that happens. Did you see the ancestors of the dragons? Aw, man. Didn't get the good fight. The double? Oh no. RNG is not great. Perfect circle and stretch just right. Alright. So now, fight these childlike shadows. Because we need the barrier that's inside this treasure chest. Frog, little defensive upgrade, and the Berserker. Frog is going to be berserked for most of the game. This Frog doesn't contribute much in the speedrun besides raw damage. Okay, so the Flea fight coming up is a bit strange. I wish I could explain it better, but the gist is that because Frog is berserked, Frog will go on the very first frame he's able to with his melee attack. At this point in the game, that lines up perfectly, or almost perfectly, with Flea's ATB, which means they'll essentially go at the exact same time, but the game will take Frog as priority so that Flea won't get a turn. That usually happens, and we call it stun lock. But sometimes it doesn't happen, and if it doesn't happen, we gotta be extra careful. Let's see if we get the lock. Flea will take an action here. Okay, that's not good. Boom! So Chrono and Robo are going to be on pretty much standby to heal up who needs it. A nice crit. We want to see as many critical hits from Frog in all of the fights. Man, what a start. This is pretty interesting. This is not good. Okay. Nope. This is bad. Alright, I'm just gonna preemptively heal, because I had something bad happen yesterday? No, last time I streamed. Okay. Yeah, we're just skipping all the stuff. Okay, so if Frog is poisoned, we want to get rid of it, not because of the damage, but because poison lowers your attack power by a little bit. It's not terribly significant, but it does make a difference with Frog's damage if he gets a crit, like he just did. Heal up Frog. Okay, Robo's confused. God, he missed. Good crit. I'm gonna heal up Robo's confusion. Robo usually dies in this fight, and that's fine, but him being confused can be really bad. So it's better to get rid of it quickly. Speaking of bad, here's the stare. So the stare is Flea's really scary attack. Nice. And Flea will keep using the stare until somebody gets knocked out. In this case, it was Robo, so that's good, because that's normal. So now we just gotta play it safe, heal up Frog, and we're almost at the end of the fight. We got like 4 crits, I think, from Frog and 1 from Robo, so we should be finishing up. Oh no. Okay, good. This is the Flea fight is kind of your introduction to status effects in this game, which are kind of rare, all things considered. Flea does pretty much everything, every status effect, alright, except instant death. Alright, that was not a good fight. That's okay, we got through it, that's the important thing. Our reward is a magic tab, which easily missed. Now we're gonna make our way to Slash, which is a much easier fight. Although, as far as RNG goes, it's just as bad. We can get through the fight with no issue. Almost no issue, so pay attention. I'm gonna heal people up. Okay, so in this fight, we have a chance of knocking out every dissident before it gets a chance to attack. On average, we'll see 1 hit. Unfortunate if we see 2 or more, but luckily, holding the X button is really nice. Alright, so he's all 2 hits, so this is slow. So slow. Three hits, even. Wow. I wonder what kind of Slash fight we're gonna get. This is a very odd RNG cycle we're on, and I don't normally see. Alright, Slash is divided into 2 phases, and phase 1 is hit him. That's it. If he decides to keep walloping somebody in particular, like Chrono, just keeps hitting him over and over, then we'll heal up Chrono, but for the most part, the damage he does to us isn't gonna matter. We're gonna push him into phase 2 before we have to heal up. Good crit. And again, we want to see as many crits from Frog as possible. That's good. Keep it up, Frog. Keep it up, Frog. You're doing great. He can't hear us because he's berserked, but also, hey, look, Chrono wanted to join in the fun. Not as effective, but doing his best. So at the end of phase 1, Slash will do a fire AoE attack. It'll hit everybody. It doesn't do a lot of damage, but we want to make sure everybody's at least 70 HP. There it is. Alright, phase 2 can begin. Now this is where things get a little bit more dangerous. Just a little bit. So we need to prioritize healing. Nice crit, Frog. Keeping Frog healthy. Frog, again, is our main damage dealer. He can't take an action. Launch. So towards the end of phase 2, Slash will do his spin cut attack, where it's jump slash. That's when we know we're approaching the end of phase 2, and that's when it starts to get a little bit dangerous. So we gotta be careful when that happens. What does no RNG manip mean? So in most RPGs, there are ways to manipulate RNG, which is the random factor of a game, what determines how many times you hit, how many times you crit, things like that. So the RNG manip category, which was recently routed out very well, is about 10 minutes faster, at least 10 minutes faster. Oh no! Okay, it's not good. 5. So RNG manipulation involves saving, it involves doing specific actions in fight to get the best outcomes for fights and things like that. So this version, or this category, is pretty much like a casual playthrough done very quickly. We're at the mercy of RNG, and there's not a whole lot we can do about it. And that's okay. Not as bad as it sounds, except when you're going for really good speedrun times. Okay, so towards the end, he's going to start doing his Yes Indeed attack, where he will counter whoever hits him. So that's why we gotta keep Frog healthy, because he's about to go into that phase. Nice crit. Going to... oh. Yeah, you can get the best outcomes by just playing the game, recognizing patterns, adapting to it. Which is why the categories aren't separated on the leaderboard right at the moment. Look at all the yes indeeds he's doing. Oh no, no! It's bad. Bad. We need... unfortunate. Unfortunate luck. This... good? Right, well, should be okay. Look at all the wiggletroning Slash is doing. This is not normal behavior. I'm gonna do this. We just need like one hit, I think. Especially if it's a crit, that should do it. Yeah, okay, what a fight. That was not good at the end there. But it's okay, we got through it. Oh geez, welcome, SpeedGaming 3. Don't know what was going on, what kind of tournament or event, but welcome everybody to a Chrono Trigger speedrun. I did do the thing, right? Yes. Okay. Power glove, power scarf, tab. Okay. Alright, we got through Flea, we got through Slash, now it's to climb up Magus's tower, which is one of the most difficult movement in the speedrun. So, We also have to go through a gauntlet of enemies. We're going to take certain fights so that we get certain techs along the way, and some fights we're going to run from. Wow. Okay. This is a long... There we go, we did it. In fact, that took so long, we took so much damage, I'm going to healing up again. Yeah, right now there is not a separate leaderboard for RNG manipulation and no RNG manipulation. Default. Ooh, attack. That. But that's up to the mods of the community, whether or not they want to do anything about that. I have no say in that. But I will say that the RNG manipulated run of Glitchless 100% is a lot more challenging, and well, you just can't make a mistake is pretty much what I'm saying, till the very end. Even then you can't really make a mistake. Here we can make a little mistake here and there, we'll be okay, but a lot less room for error. Okay, so we got through the first gauntlet by running away from 3 of the enemies. Gonna open this chest. It's a mist robe. Ozzy's gonna summon Flea and Slash. They will not heed his call because they are not here. So Ozzy runs away. Alright, here we go. Open the treasure. Nice. Good guillotine, except for missing the treasure chest. Okay, now, I call it a guillotine. It's not a guillotine trap, but close. So these outdoor sections of Magus's castle are tough to do quickly. The first room's not so bad, but the second one took a while to practice and get it down. Before we get to the second one, there's this room here. Good. There are hidden pits all over the place, and if you fall down, you have to fight a bunch of enemies and in order to get out, or at least one enemy to get out. So we avoided all that with good movement. We want this guy to go down. Good. And that's it. Difficult movement, done. Yeah, close enough to a guillotine. Alright, now we have a few more fights to get through, because we're trying to get the dual tech fire sword on Luca and Chrono, because that is going to be our major way to damage Magus during the Magus fight. We'll talk a little bit more about how the Magus fight goes. Hey, thanks, Trenton. Yeah, it feels good to do the stairs pretty well. Feels bad when you mess it up. I'm glad I didn't mess it up. Alright, this next encounter is kind of interesting. There are these enemies called jugglers, which we avoided on the way here. They have a physical defense and a magic defense. So right now, their physical defense is on. So we're going to make use of Hypno Wave, which is supposed to put enemies to sleep, but these guys can't be put to sleep. But because it's a magical attack, they respond as if it's magic, and they turn off their physical defense. So we just do X-Strike on all the enemies. If we're quick and have really good ATB, we can get 3 of these jugglers before they attack us. But usually you just get 2 of them. Yeah, there we go. So that's a factor of luck. So you have to get good ATB, you have to be fast, and the enemies have to have bad ATB in order to get 3. Alright, got through. Alright. Ozzy's in a pickle. He is a pickle. No. A pickle monster. Alright, we're gonna get this speed belt. One of the best accessories in this category. We get, I think, 2 of them. Okay. Whoops, I forgot. This room. Don't travel along the center. I just charged right in because I thought I was in a different room. There's an ambush just before that doorway, but if you're on the left side of the door and go forward, you skip the ambush. So that's a really interesting room just for that one skip, but it's so fast it's hard to talk about it. $32. This might be the worst Magus pattern. We get 126 as the final damage number on the crank. Is the worst pattern. $138. Okay, I have no idea what this Magus pattern is going to be, which is great. I get to join in the thrill with chat. I have no idea what's going to happen. Alright. Dark Mail, Silver Earring, Berserker, Speed Belt. Heal up. Save. Let's go. Alright. So all the boss fights in Chrono Trigger are little puzzles. Some of them are more complicated than others, but you don't feel the puzzle effect until you really fight Magus. So Magus is divided into 2 phases, and in the first phase, he will set up a magic barrier, where you can only damage him with a magic attack. Only really damage him. You could do like chip damage, but... So the current magic we have available to us is lightning and fire. Frog does not know water magic, although he could. But even if he did, it wouldn't really help us. So in the first phase, we wait for him to use a barrier, then adapt to it. If it's not fire or lightning, we have to make him switch the barrier so that it's something else. So we have like a 50-50 chance of getting something we can use to attack Magus. So let's see what we get. Water is the worst thing to see. Fire. Okay, fire is the best thing to see. So, the Masamune has an effect where it lowers Magus's magic defense, so that when we hit with Fire Sword, it'll do like 560 plus damage per hit. We have to do 2,222 damage to go into phase 2. Before we can go into phase 2. Hey, fire, fire. Alright. It's really good. Okay, now we're gonna heal people up. Then we're gonna revive Frog. Pile on the Fire Sword again. Shadow. Okay. Yup. Luka. Double shoot. Fire. All right. It's really good. Okay, okay. I guess we're healing up Luka again. Luka, we'll heal up Chrono because he's getting low. So the barrier we used on Chrono reduces the magical damage done to him, but we still have to be a little bit careful. Nice crit, Frog. Save it for phase 2. Alright. Water. Okay. Water is not a good barrier to get. Heal up Luca, because she takes a little extra damage from water. Just gonna shoot. Push the barrier, see what we get. Hopefully it's either fire or lightning. It's crit. Lightning, okay. So that should push him into phase 2. We've done enough damage with 3 fire attacks. And 1 lightning is enough. What we're gonna do is heal up Chrono. Gonna give... We don't need to heal Luca, because she's not gonna survive the dark matter attack. Gonna wait for Frog. Lightning. Alright, then Magus is going to go into a phase where we can still hit him with magic, but you can only hit him with the same magic you just hit him with, in this case lightning. And it does extra damage than what it would normally do. If you get the fire barrier, you get something called the Juicer, where we get like 814 damage worth of hit from just 1 hit, which is great. So now we're going to try to get 3 fire swords. You could always get 2 when you're quick enough. Sometimes you don't get the 3rd. So 2nd fire sword. Good crit, Frog, good crit. Keep it up. Nice. Alright, we got the 3rd in time. He's gonna do dark matter. So we're gonna revive people. I'm gonna heal up Chrono to full because the barrier will drop soon, so we'll do more damage to him. If I were doing a PB attempt, I would just risk it and keep attacking with Chrono, but I'm not doing that because it's a marathon. So, play it safe. Good crit, Frog, good crit. Keep it up. So there, the barrier just dropped. So if I had risked it and had like less than 295 HP, we would have died onto the dark matter attack. Here, we can play it safe. But we've done enough damage so I don't have to heal up Chrono again. We can just charge right in. The last fire sword we can do, and then Frog is gonna supply another crit. Good job, Frog. Hey, good job. Alright. 217.55 Magus. That's not bad for a marathon. For PB attempts, I try to keep it like 216 or lower. Okay, I'm gonna take a restroom break because we got like a minute and a half of a cutscene, so I will be back. The dialogue will progress itself, so I don't need to mash. Right. Just in time. So yeah, that Magus fight was really good. But the Flea fight and Slash fight were terrible. Because otherwise that would have been like a 216, maybe even a high 215 Magus time. It's only Shadow and Water is really good. Alright, there's a fun fact. Don't mash here or you're going to go to sleep again. So just hold off on the A button. You wake up. Alright, we're good. Now we can mash. Oh, there's spoilers? No. Alright. Yeah, we'll learn a little bit more about Magus and a few other story elements later. What his motivations are. But for now, we learn a little bit more about 65 million BC. So this area is the Laruba tribe, and normally you can't access it. It's just a forest and you can't even go in. But the Reptites, they hate humans, so they're waging war, so they burn the forest. So the Larubans are peaceful, they are pacifists, and Ayla doesn't like them because they won't fight and stand up for themselves. So Ayla has taken it upon herself to rescue her people who are taken in a raid. She's gonna go find some bird friends, aka dactyls, to help out. So we're gonna go join Ayla, because she's the best. Oh, dang it. It's okay though. Alright, we were a little slow because I was in the item menu. I want to be in the tech menu to be able to run away quickly. That's fine though. Okay, so there are two interesting skips in the Dactyl Nest, which is where we're at now. I'm going to try to do them quickly, but if I don't get it, I'm sorry. But they involve pixel perfect alignment. That allows you to, 1, get behind an enemy, and 2, skip an ambush entirely. So it's in this screen here. Okay. Nice, alright. So we just went through that rock because we technically didn't hit his hitbox. And here's the ambush that we skip. Yeah, nice. Pretty quick. Birds! No, these are birds. The dactyls in the Chrono games are friends, both in this and Chrono Cross. Pterodax are friends. And these guys are so loyal. We're gonna see their loyalty fairly soon. Oh, if you want to see the pixel perfect task strat, check out the really lots of lore marathon that wasn't too long ago. I ran Chrono Trigger there and I got it, at least on the first one. That was what I did was the backup. You run down, tap left, and go up. Alrighty, so I'm gonna do a menu here. No, I don't need to save. Save later. Scarf, robe, earring, belt. Good thing I picked up the ocarina. This is no flying duck. These are dinosaurs, which are kind of like ducks, I guess. Yeah, in that marathon, it focused more on talking about the lore of the games. For those who are interested more about the story and less about the mechanics of fights and things. Good to listen to, and I have help with commentary. Do a really good job of keeping it fun and entertaining. But anyway, this is SNES Super Stars. Gotta represent Chrono Trigger. Ugh. Okay, so We're in the Tyranno Lair. And this place is very punishing if your movement is bad. The first start of it, we have 3 reptiles, we just run for them. Easy. The next few areas, there are so many ambush areas that you hit them, you're stuck in a very long fight, because 9 times out of 10 you can't run that encounter. And it just costs like minutes of time. It's really bad. Ran all the Kingdom Hearts. Oh, I don't know. Probably. I don't want to dive into that lore, that's for sure. All right, here we go. So we can get ahead of Kino here. There's like almost like an invisible wall, but if you could move, you could get in front of him. Beat him to the stairs, which is fast. Whoop! Well, I ran into a wall. All right, thanks Kino. Bye Kino. Okay, good. Good. All right. Okay, we made it to part 2, or part 1 is over. Now, we're gonna be in a little bit of a grind here. We need to get the dual tech Volt Bite for Ayla and Chrono. To do that, we're gonna fight this encounter 7 times, which is, seems like a lot, and it seems pretty slow, but this is indeed the fastest encounter to get. So we'll be here for a little while. In the meantime, we're going to say hello to Nisbel, bye Nisbel, and just do that over and over. At least 7 fights. There, I had to think about it. Yeah, depending on how you want to explore Tyranno Lair, there are so many encounters, and it's invisible the way I go about it. Just don't even see where they would be, for most of them. You can even skip this fight. This is an ambush trigger at the doorway, but you can get around the doorway and just skip it entirely, but we don't want to. I've accidentally skipped this fight like 3 times, I think. In runs. I was confused every time. Why? We also get other techs like Flame Kick, which we'll use as well. But right now we need Volt Bite for the Nisbel fight, because again, he's weak to lightning. Grinding in the speedrun, I know. We try to avoid it. But unfortunately, this is the fastest method. And this route, for those who don't know, was mostly written by Puexel, who was the world record holder. He is the world record holder for this category of no RNG manipulation, but for just the combined leaderboards, no longer the world record holder. But there have been very little additions to this route that Puexel initially constructed. Just little time saves here and there. It's a very good route. Skipping the whole red rock sequence not considered a glitch. I don't know. I mean, we got the red rock. I don't know if that's what you're referring to, or just genuinely curious. I don't know how you progress through the game without doing the Masamune quest. Unless you're doing New Game Plus and just going straight to fight Lavos at the Millennial Fair. Lavos at the Millennial Fair? That's right. There's a teleporter that takes you right to the Lavos fight. Yeah, if you could skip that. If you were doing 100% glitchless, there'd probably be a weird rule saying you'd still need to collect the Masamune. skip that, maybe that. Okay, cat attack and volt bite. Got it. Alright, grind is over. I gotta focus. Two, save. Good. Alright, Nisbel 2 was nice. He's like, by all means, if you want to pass by, do it. And then he's like, wait a minute, I was just kidding. Let's fight. Volt bite. I'm gonna wait for him to attack. That is not a good target to be attacked. We want him to hit Luca. Okay, so after 3 volt bites, Nisbel will release the energy. Does a lot of damage, but we're ready for it. We're keeping people healthy. Luca's healing people up. Got it. Hey, Lockhart. Thanks for the good luck. Appreciate it. We're doing pretty well on luck. The worst thing that happened was Flea and Slash. Everything else has been pretty good. Okay. So, now we need a little bit of help with RNG here. We want everybody to have a little over 220 HP, except Chrono, because he naturally resists the lightning attack. We're hoping to keep that. So on this next attack, we want Nisbel to hit Chrono, not Ayla. If it's Ayla, we're going to lose time due to RNG. Come on, Nisbel, be nice. Hit Chrono. You jerk. Alright, well. Time loss. So we heal people up. Oh. How are you? She's fine. Okay. Alright, that was a journey. Alright. So after this, we just hit him with a fire sword. We're gonna have Chrono initiate this. Fire sword. And then set up cat attack for the Nisbel. Black Tyranno fight. Both are going to be important. Alright, Nisbel 2 is down. Yeah, just got bad RNG at the end there. Here we go. Okay. Good. Alright. Menus are good. Oh, hit the button. There we go. Good job, Chrono. Sometimes he doesn't want to hit the button. Alright. Skipped everything that could be skipped. Good. Good Tyranno Lair. Not so good Nisbel fight. That's okay. Next boss, one of your favorite strats in the run. The Black Tyranno fight, it's pretty long. It's not the most exciting fight to watch. Playing it is it's interesting because I gotta pay attention. But you guys are gonna kick back and just watch the same old, same old. But it starts off with a bang. A very interesting thing here. We're gonna see the return of Hypno Wave and how effective it is. Alright, and guess what? Azala fell asleep. So the game is interesting. It treats people, or enemies, or characters, who have fallen asleep as if they are dead. So Azala, as they're asleep now, is removed from the game, from the fight. So they will take no action, and we have nothing to do against them. So we just wait. So now the Black Tyranno has to lower his defense before we start wailing on him. And because Luca's the one who cast Hypno Wave, it's going to use the HP Drain attack twice on her. There it goes. Get revives ready. Then he's going to lower his defense. Oh. Let's play there. That's okay. Alright. Alright, so what we do here is... That's a little early. Try to stagger ATB between Chrono and Ayla. So Chrono, they like to outspeed each other. But if Chrono outspeeds Ayla, that's a problem because Chrono has to wait for Luca before he could use Fire Sword. So you end up losing time, having to switch back to Ayla and then do Cat Attack and so on and so forth. So at the end of the countdown for Black Tyranno, he will do an AoE attack that hits everybody. It's pretty strong. We'll survive the first wave of it, but in the second wave, if we're not quick enough, then we will wipe. And then we have to redo this, like, 8-minute fight. However long it takes, it's really slow. But we're on good ATB, so we should be fine. I agree, the strats for all the boss fights, some are very clever. Some of them you could have stumbled upon, like, casually when you were a kid. Like the Golem twins, for example. You might have figured that out with enough experimenting. But, yeah, I agree. Okay, so we will not get another Cat Attack in, but we will get this Fire Sword. Okay. Alright, we're on standby for revives. Alright, so now we're gonna start hitting him with Flame Kick 3 times. And Ayla and Luca are probably gonna get knocked out, and that's okay, we just revive them. That's the case. Okay. If that's the case, we just revive them. So after the third flame kick, now we wait for him to lower his defense again, and then we rinse and repeat. Fire Sword, Cat Attack. We want Chrono's HP to go down a little bit more than where it's at, just a little bit. Please hit Chrono with a fireball or something. Please. That's not a fireball. We do want to keep everybody's HP like above 3 because there's a sap status effect that's currently on the field where everybody's HP is slowly draining by itself. Alright, so he's about to lower his defense, so back to Cat Attack, Full Bite. Cat Attack and Fire Sword, I mean. Still stagger the ATB a little bit. Attack yourself. We can't attack ourselves in Chrono Trigger. I know a lot of RPGs give you that option. Like Chrono Trigger, Chrono Cross, you're unable to hit yourself. Which is a problem. You get hit with like the confusion status effect, or chaos status effect is what they call it. But Chrono's HP is fine for where it's at right now. So well, we want everybody to have low HP because we're gonna set up for something very shortly. Say shortly, like in 5-10 minutes. 5-ish minutes. Alright. Zala slept through it all. Slept through it so hard that they knocked themselves out. So before we got onto the pterodax to fly to the Tyranno Lair, we saw a red star in the sky. That red star is Lavos, which means big fire, according to Ayla. And somehow that name survived up to 1999. But we don't talk about that. We'll talk about the evolution of language. 65 million years and that one word survived. So Azala knew that this star from the heavens was going to crash, and he was hoping it was going to crash into the human settlements of Ayoka and Laruba. But in fact, it's going to hit the Reptite settlement instead. So Azala just gives up. Like, no point, we're all going to die. I'm not even gonna try to live. Just kind of sad. Yeah, she claims to have invented. Well, maybe we didn't mention Lavos to Ayla. I don't think we did. We don't talk to her a whole lot. She's just kind of on a mission to help us or rescue people. She doesn't make small talk. Ayla is not the best conversationalist. Tries her best, though. So according to the lore, after the meteor strike of Lavos, the world got colder over the course of the years, the ages. So the reptiles weren't all wiped out, and the dinosaurs weren't all wiped out by the Lavos strike. It was more of, you know, the Ice Age approaching. If you were to talk to NPCs back at the village, they would say, oh, it's gotten colder. So on and so forth. Hey, Hobbs, thanks for the good luck. Alright, get your cat jams and rat jams and all the jams ready. Hey, Psychic Spoon, pretty glad you like it. It is a fun run, both to watch and to play. I recommend anyone interested in picking up speedrunning, RPGs at least, and have, you know, 5.5 hours to play. Worth it. Alright, speaking of cold, we're in 12,000 BC now, though we don't know that right now. And it's over. We can just get a taste of the corridors of time soundtrack. So we went up to the sky. There were islands in the sky. If we were to go into the major city up there, we would have seen Masa and Mune, and then all the people of Zeal would be talking about dreams and researching dreams and magic and things like that. Every place in Zeal has a focus to study. Alright, we're gonna get this very clever speed tab. Here we go. If you got that as a kid, congratulations, because there's no way. Unless you're just accidentally mashing. And the jams are over. But we get a different jam. We get to see Shala. Or Scala. Or Sarah. Or however you want to say her name. Here she is. She's the best. Actually, Ayla's the best. She's second best. So the story with Zeal is that everybody up here can use magic, and they are thought to be superior to the earth dwellers down below who cannot use magic. That's because in the course of time, like 30 million BC or whatever, an object called the Sunstone was found, which we're going to see later. And the Sunstone is what allowed humans to evolve to gain magic. That and exposure to Lavos, but we don't talk about that till Chrono Cross. So if you talk to the people up here, they're not very nice. They either kind of ignore you doing their own thing, or just insult you indirectly. They're like, oh, you use magic, but it's not like our magic, so you're not good enough, bye. But anyway, we take this amulet that is Marl's. It gets supercharged by a machine, called the Momon machine. So much lore, it's hard to fit it all in here. Anyway, we did a thing, now we're gonna fight a thing, and notice we didn't heal up. Everybody's still under 100 HP. That's intentional. Yeah, there's no NPC dialogue hinting at it. It's just a pure random tab. There's no sparkle, no way to identify it. We just gotta get lucky, or just know about it ahead of time. Alright, this is the Golem. Golem is a tough fight. It's so tough that we're not even gonna try to win, because you don't have to win this fight. Oh, lightning. So you just hit him with slash. Golem will copy the elemental affinity of whoever hit him. In this case it's lightning. And we wipe. GG. Yeah, it's the only fight in the game that's optional to lose. Well, that's not true. When we fight Lavos the first time, you could win that fight, but the game expects you to lose it. Alright, so Shala, she wants to do something about her kingdom. She doesn't like how it is. She goes down below to talk to the people who are earthbound. She knows her mother is being corrupted. She doesn't like the prophet, who is someone familiar to us. And the prophet can't hide from little Alphador, who's the cat. Alphador knows. So the prophet threatens to kill us, so Shala's like, okay, I'll cooperate, just don't kill them. So we identify where we came from, the time gate, and the prophet commands Shala with her great magic to seal this gateway. Oh really, Trin? Well, that was a speed tab. But if it is visible from the main room above the staircase, I didn't know that. In that case, it's not that bad of a hiding location. But from at least my point of view, going into that room, I don't see any sparkle, but we're not there for very long, so maybe if I just wait long enough, we'll see the little blue sparkle of a ground item. Alright, so we're locked out of 12,000 BC. We cannot go back. But the game hints at where you're supposed to go. You just got a magic pendant that can open magic doors. Why not go open a magic door? Like right here. If you were a kid and had to save the game and go to sleep and you forgot all about this scene, I'm so sorry, because you probably never remember where to go. That's your one and only opportunity. Okay. So we go to our loyal bird friends who stayed with us even after a meteor strike. So loyal. And we'll go to the future. Okay. Before we go to the future, we're gonna make a detour. We're gonna pick up a very, very good item. And this is technically not needed. I don't know what the route would look like without getting this, but you could finish the game if you knew what it was. We're going to Medina Village to go north. Because if you were to ask around people in Zeal, they would have told you about an island that had a blue pyramid on it. They said this is where Balthazar hid powerful weapons. We take the pendant and unlock the pyramid. We get sad music because you gotta feel sad for this new. He was tasked to stay here and guard this area for 13,000 years. Nothing else to do besides stay here. I feel bad for the new. "13,000 years was a long time. I'll see you shortly, Balthazar," is what he said. Uh-oh. Okay, God, I saw the left chest disappear. I thought I got the protective helmet. Okay, we're fine, we're fine. We got the swallow, everybody. It's a great weapon. No. Because it gives Chrono a +2 to speed. The other item is a protect helmet that gives you auto protect in battle. It's not needed in this category. If I'd accidentally gotten that, I would have had to reset. Alright, 300. So we will be getting the rainbow sword for Chrono, but we're not going to use it in the speed run. Swallow is good enough, because very shortly Chrono's going to outlive his usefulness, and we're going to start relying on our main team. But we'll get to that later. But here's Johnny. It's faster to not challenge him back to get back to where we need to go. We're going to get into 2 encounters here, and it looks slow. Feels slow, but it's actually faster than racing Johnny again. Alright, this last encounter we can just run through. It's a very easy path. Skip it. See ya, Johnny. Bye-bye. Alright. So now, we're gonna make our way to the sewers. You could have come here very early in the game. The first time you come to the future, they kind of expect you to go through the sewers here. We are very much overpowered for this area with our weapons and the fact that we have Ayla, who is the power. But through the sewers you can go make your way and see Balthazar, and they kind of intended you to do that because he would have told you some things that were interesting. You wouldn't really understand it unless you already knew about the story, but so we're gonna see Balthazar for the first time in the way through as soon as we get through the sewers. Alright, this is like a little joke dungeon. You can hear the silly music playing. And that's because everything you see on the ground that isn't a treasure chest is a lie. You talk about the cake being a lie. Don't talk to the cat. It's an ambush. Don't talk to the Coke can or the safe. It's an ambush. This cheese, you could run through it, but it's an ambush. Don't eat it. The save point, it's a lie. An ambush. Everything's an ambush. Good joke from the developers. Alright, then we come across our mini-boss. Good old Sir Crawley. So he has 500 HP. And we hit him with Flame Kick. And that's the fight. Hey, Deagle. Yeah, the Chrono Trigger 100% glitchless run is typically less than 6 hours long when you start getting good at the game. The world record right now is a 5:14 by Fellwanger. And that's with the glitchless manipulation, with RNG manipulation. For a while, Puexel had the world record at 5:25. So getting in the 5:30 or sub 5:30 range is excellent. But you need some good luck with that, and of course, you gotta play very well. Alright, so on the ground you see these sparkles, and this is Balthazar's diary in a way. He tells us about what he was doing here, about Lavos, and he's building a machine to try to get back and save Princess Shala, which is going to continue that notion into Chrono Cross. Spoiler alert. But anyway, he died because he's in this terrible place all alone. So he slowly went insane and he died. It's sad, but he finished his time machine. But before Balthazar died, he transferred all his knowledge, all his memories, into a robotic new. So, Balthazar lives. He's not gone. No need to feel sad for the old man that we haven't actually seen yet. Hop aboard. Get aboard. There we go. Steam version? Oh yes, the Steam version is much faster than this. The mechanics are different in that game, but you have speed ups that you can scroll through dialogue very, very quickly. So that's sub 5 hours if you're gonna do the PC version. So much faster and more accessible to people. Alright, good thing the time machine didn't land in the ocean. But we made it back, safe and sound. So now we were asked by Princess Shala to save Melchior. Melchior is on Mount Woe. He's being held prisoner there. That's where we're going. Mount Woe. Get out of the way, kid. Save. I do not need this power tab. Skip it. There's the one down below that we used to get, but we don't need it. Alright, do a fire sword. Rolo kick. So yeah, these beasts are very slow. They're very tanky. They have a lot of HP, but we're gonna defeat them before they get even a chance to attack us. Very chonky. Yeah, the villagers of this place warn you, like, don't go down there. There's the dreadful mud imp. He's bad, and he really is. He's the worst thing in this game. He thought Lavos was bad. The mud imp is worse. With a speedrun. He's coming up next. Everybody's favorite mud imp. I hope he behaves. Alright, so the mud imp. He has 1200 HP. Doesn't sound like much, but he has incredibly high defenses. So he can only really do little bits of damage at a time. And he has the ability to heal himself over and over and over again, if you're unlucky. Then he has an attack that throws a bag of sleep dust at people that puts people to sleep. And he hits the beast to make them charge you and do a lot of damage. But first thing we're going to do is Hypno Wave. Because we need to put the blue beast to sleep. If the blue beast is awake, it will constantly ground pound ground and it hurts. Modem doesn't have the power to destroy the solar system, but he has the power to destroy the solar system that is your spirit and make you not want to play this game anymore if you're speedrunning. And that way, he's worse than Lavos. Go on PB pace, everything's great, and suddenly you lose 2 minutes to Modem because he decides to constantly heal. Nothing you can do about it, except RNG Manip. Alright, so far the fight's been going pretty well. We're about halfway through. Again, he only has 1200 HP. If you defeat the red and blue beast, his defense goes to lower levels, so hitting him will do a lot more damage than what we're doing right now. Alright, we gotta heal up Luca. Be safe. But Ayla's here. She's a very good assist in this fight. If anybody falls asleep that isn't Ayla, Ayla can use Kiss. And Kiss will not only wake them up, but heal them up. It's a really, really nice support. Oh, that's not what I want. Okay. Weird. He's getting close. We don't want him to charge on the red beast and hit Luca. Okay, putting Luca to sleep. Boo. Yeah, I'm gonna heal up. This might be enough though. It was. I hope Luca gets the tech points. Yeah, she's fine. Alright, that was actually a pretty good mud imp fight. But you know, there's something worse than the mud imp, and that's the rubble. Gotta put on berserkers here. Alright, here we go. The rubble. The giant rock that is impossible to hit. It's not impossible, but our hit rate is incredibly low right now. Has a little over 500 HP. Ayla with the crit! Alright, now we just... Yes! What a good fight! Okay, if this was a PB attempt run, I'd be thrilled. But as a marathon, it's still awesome. Okay, well, Rubble's done. Didn't even get to talk about him, really. So we'll just leave it at that. Don't want to talk about Rubble. Rubble is bad. The double. Alright. Alright, let's do a weird menu here. Sight scope, bandana. Yeah, girl power for real. If Chrono got a crit, that would one-shot the Rubble. If you get, we used to give Ayla a power tab, but even if she did have that power tab and got the crit, it still wouldn't one-shot the Rubble. You need a little bit of help from Luca, who does a tiny bit of damage. It's a fight that can go wrong, and if you, what happens with the Rubble is that he'll eventually run away if you don't defeat him quickly enough. And if that happens, you have to fight another Rubble. And if he runs away, you have to fight another Rubble. And if he runs away, you have to fight another. And it's just, you lose minutes and minutes of time. Because we needed to get Falcon hit, the dual tech, and also give Luca a lot of tech points. This is Falcon hit. It's the best dual tech in the game for tier 2. Hands down, there's no question, it's the best. And we're gonna see a lot of Falcon hits. How are we gonna save Melchior? By defeating a really weird monster thing that's guarding him in a prison of, not ice, but like crystal, magic crystal? I don't know. It's really weird. If you beat Giga Gaia your first time, I gotta remember how that went on my casual playthrough. I want to say it wasn't that bad. The fight I struggled with was most definitely the Golem twins. That fight is brutal. But yeah, with grinding you have a lot of HP. If you're careful about how you give people equipment, you'll be okay. But yeah, Giga Gaia can be rough if you don't get rid of his hands. That's for sure. is the team you use when you play the game? Nice. Casually, I used Ayla... Oh, this way. Ayla, Chrono, and then I would alternate between Frog and Robo, because I really like the dual techs between Frog and Robo. I like the water bubble that Robo rides and he drops on me. Always thought that was a fun little attack. I did not like Luca, my casual playthrough. But that's okay, because we get to use her all the time in the speedrun. We get to make up for it. Alright, Giga Gaia. So, gonna hit us twice. We're gonna hit his hands twice. Because his hands hurt. Nice, we got the good ATB. Alright, go Ayla! Cheer! Also, Chrono, do whatever, do your thing. Okay. So we take out the hands first, so we don't die. And then, we hit the head 4 times. You hate the flower enemies? They have the chaos status condition, I think, which is confusion. Yeah, be rough, sure. Now, when he resummons the hands are like half HP, so a single Falcon hit will take care of them. Which is fortunate for us, because if they got another attack off again, we would die. Now we Falcon hit to victory. We do 5 Falcon hits instead of 4. Though, he will get the opportunity to resummon his hands. If you're quick... Oh no, I think I messed up. Oh no. I think I delayed. Yeah, I think I did. That's okay. That's okay. I think I messed up. Yeah, we're supposed to... No, the 2 of them have more MP. That's it. Alright, I'm playing it safe just in case. That's right, I was confused by the MP values. Earlier, Chrono and Ayla got another level. Just kidding. I was right. Good thing I doubted myself. Alright. Alright. This is not good, but saved. I miscounted the Falcon hits. That's okay, though. This is the face you'd make when you destroy heads. Yeah, Giga Guy has the best expression. I really, really like his face. Pretty awesome. Alright, and somehow we rescued Melchior by doing that. That's most definitely not the Aussie sprite in the Shield of Ice. Melchior. Hey, thanks for the GGs. Yeah, the first round of attacks was supposed to do 4 Falcon hits, but I did 3, I think. I waited because I know we're at the end, and I like to wait for the hands. If I just, at the end, when he summoned the hands again, if I had attacked twice, he would have wiped the party. Then I would have had to reset and do the whole fight again. Alright. So a giant mountain was tethered to a chain, which was Mount Woe, and that's was a prison. And now that, I don't know, the lore of Chrono Trigger gets a bit weird. I don't think I could even explain what was going on there. Anyway, we say Melchior, so Shala's like, "Good job, everybody. I'm gonna help you out as best I can." Also, her little brother's annoying. He calls them filthy. But I wonder who that little brother could be. He might be someone important. Maybe not. Let's see. So, Shala implores us, go stop her mother. She's getting ready to summon Lavos. As Queen Zeal wants to summon Lavos using the Mammon machine so that it can power her and her civilization for all eternity, so that she could become immortal. Also, here's Dalton. Dalton is he's like a clown, except he becomes serious later on, in the lore, at least. Dalton was originally in charge of the Ocean Palace, so then when the Prophet showed up, the Prophet took his job, and he's not happy about it. Alright, we're heroes. We're gonna save the day. We're gonna stop Queen Zeal, save Princess Shala, and then stop Lavos. Right, Chrono? Chrono's ready. We get a special ruby knife, which is going to stop the Mammon machine. Nothing bad's gonna happen. All gonna go according to plan. Okay, Kakudori and all that. Alright. Everyone's favorite wind sound effect from Chrono Trigger. So good. You're right, Iago. He does give us wings. Dalton is important. The wings of time? Yep. Absolutely. Okay, so 100% glitchless category. All quests given by Gaspar. We're about to start one of them. It's the first one we start and the last one we finish. But to get it started, we have to talk to Plant Lady. She loves plants. I do too. Before we talk to her, we're going to step on a healing tile to get a full heal. Okay. Hey, Plant Lady. Secretly plant the plant. Alright. That initiates a quest. And if you don't talk to Plant Lady... Save. I don't have to save, but I will. That initiates... If you fail to initiate the quest, you can. There's a backup later. You can go talk to her at another time. Alright, the Dalton fight. So Dalton, he likes to counter. And him and all the golem fights are all interrelated, so they all have a similar mechanic. It's trying to ease you into figuring out how to deal with this counterattack. So Dalton will counter whoever hits him. So first it was Chrono initiating the Falcon hit, then it's Ayla initiating the Falcon hit. Then Luca will hit fire, and then the last person doesn't matter because Dalton's done after that. Dalton only has 3,500 HP, so for a boss, that's pretty low at this point of the game. Burp. Dalton's burp. It's a pretty nasty burp. Okay. Alright, the Ocean Palace. This place is a lot of fun. One of the best soundtracks. If you have like really good headphones, this track is amazing to listen to. see why I can't take this guy seriously. Yeah... They just... kind of like Ozzy. Dalton is a little bit of comic relief, but more on a serious note. Ozzy is pure comic relief after the beginning. But in the lore, later, Dalton is responsible for murdering Chrono and Marl. I mean, spoilers. Alright, so we run. We run so far away. Alright, so the enemies coming up, they don't have a hitbox on the right side of them, only on the left. So carefully, you can skip an encounter. Get the encounter, there we go. Oh yeah, working player. I started off speedrunning Chrono Cross, and I played Chrono Cross before I ever played Chrono Trigger, so I have that bias. But yeah, I like both games. They're great. Alright, let's see if we get the lucky clump. We might only need a single falcon hit here. I think we got it. Yes! Okay. So normally you have to use 2 falcon hits to take care of both groups of these, but sometimes they line up just perfectly and hit all 4 of them with a falcon hit. That worked out really well. Beautiful. Yeah, Yasunori Mitsuda. Nobuo Uematsu also helped out with Chrono Trigger. You can hear the influence if you listen to the Tyranno Lair theme. It's almost identical to the Neo Kuja fight in Final Fantasy IX. Yeah, he helped out with the Chrono Trigger soundtrack. I don't know how much besides that. The Chrono Cross, that's all Yasunori Mitsuda. Okay, so we're gonna fight this encounter on top of the elevator twice, because we need Luca to learn Fire 2. If she doesn't learn Fire 2, then we're gonna keep fighting this encounter until she does. But she should be on track. She was asleep during the Mud Imp fight, so I don't know if she missed out on the experience and tech points. We'll find out in a second. Yeah, Masamune show up. Yeah. Remember, they are originally from this time's line, so yeah, they're here to guide you, kind of. So one of the goals is Luca needs to reach level 40 at the very end of the game, and at a certain point on the Ret Knight fight, she has to learn Flare. Okay, got Fire 2. Everything's good. See you, Luca. Bring in our buddy Robo, because we're gonna party with Robo. So if we get that lucky clump where we only used 1 falcon hit on that one fight, we can use 2 falcon hits in this fight to speed it up a little bit. Normally you would use 1 and then have Chrono and Ayla hit with their regular melee attacks, the guy on the left, the green Jin Bargist. I think he's the Jin. Not sure if he's Jin or Bargist. So we have a little gauntlet on the elevator. Dances awkwardly. Now Ayla knows how to dance, and Robo, surprisingly, is one of the best dancers. Better than Chrono is. Everybody's better than Magus, because Magus don't dance. Alright. So we mentioned dancing and partying because we're about to learn Boogie. A very, very important dual tech. There it is. Oh, there it is. And it's used in one fight. Without it, it'd be miserable. Just like that, we used all of our MP. Beautiful how that worked out. It's going according to plan. Yeah, Robo is never gonna give us up. We're never gonna give up on Robo. Alright, coming up is some interesting skips here. To get by these switches, you can run behind the enemy. Here we go. Hit the switch, walk out, and then run out. So that sentry will divide into 3 enemies, and in that time, you have enough time to run out of the room before starting the fight. Here we go. It's very easy to get caught on like an invisible corner and you're stuck there, and that's usually, if that happens, it's usually because you try to run out too early instead of walking out. Magus is too cool to dance. Yeah, he thinks he's too cool to dance, Deagle. He thinks he is, but he's just kind of pitiful. Alright, here we go. Elixir, shelter. Alright, if there is one place to save in the speedrun, this is it. Because this fight can go very badly, very quickly. Could is the key word. It's the Golem twins. I mentioned it before casually, this boss was the most difficult thing for me. What we're gonna do is use Lightning 2. They start off with a double iron orb, and you have to hit them with a light or an element attack so that they don't immediately kill you with a fireball afterward. So now they're adjusting to Chrono's lightning. Then Boogie. They're weak to stop. The status conditions stop. Alright, we got both of them. Yay! Everything's saved. And we Falcon hit to victory. So sometimes stop doesn't work. Sometimes it only works on one of them. When that happens, you gotta be quick to get another Boogie in, or else you're gonna have a bad time. But we got it in, so we're fine. So I healed up Robo just there. Robo needs to survive this fight, but Chrono, he doesn't. Chrono is done. Chrono's learned everything he's needed to learn. He's got all the levels he needs. So, Chrono, thank you. Thank you so much for your service. But we don't need you anymore after this fight. Not for a long time. And there's the double burp attack. Well, Chrono lived, huh? Actually, he doesn't live that. There we go. I changed combat speed before the Black Tyranno fight. It was on 2, and then I changed it to 1. So I've been on battle speed 1 the whole time. When we get to Son of Sun, which is right after Rust Tyranno, which is soon, I'll change it to battle speed 3 for that fight. And we put it on 3 for one more fight. For the most part of the game, we're on battle speed 2 or 1. But just to note, if anyone plays the PC version of Chrono Trigger, the battle speeds are very different. The fast battle speed in that game is extremely fast, so they're not equal. Battle speed 1 in this game is not battle speed 1 in the other game, per se. For some fights it is, but others, you gotta slow it down even further. One amongst us would die soon, yeah. It was a warning given by little Janice. So we threw the ruby knife into the Mammon machine, it transformed into a sword, and summoned Lavos. Oh no, we messed up. Whatever will we do? Well, we're here. Here's Lavos, let's fight him. Destruction reigns from the heavens, huh? We'll be fine. We're fine, we got Ayla. Oh. Well, GG. I tried my best. Yeah, you're not intended to win this fight unless you're doing New Game Plus, or grind for 1,000,000 years to get to level 99 before this fight. It was me, Magus, the whole time! So Magus was the prophet. He wanted to summon Lavos originally not to rule the world, but to destroy him. Because Magus has a gripe. Because he failed to save his sister back in the past, in his own past. He's in a different timeline now, we're not gonna pay too much attention to that. But don't worry, Magus is magical. Magic won't affect him, he's gonna throw his red knife into, I don't know, is that a sickle? Anyway, it didn't work. Magus tried his best. Alright. But you know what? Know who didn't try their best? Chrono. Chrono's better than Magus, right? There's no way it's not gonna work. Chrono can't lose. He's gonna saunter on up. It's like, don't worry, Shala. I got this. I'm gonna save you all. It's me versus a giant tick monster. Wait a minute, what's happening? Oh no. Is this lightning? This light? Oh, I feel strange. No! And farewell. He was a hero. He protected Shala, that's all that matters. But yeah, Chrono was annihilated. It's a really good cutscene. I made light of it, but for the Super Nintendo, it's one of the best cutscenes. Entire library. So Shala, she feels terrible, so she uses the last of her magic and her pendant to save us. Not herself, but us. Magus is just, no, you can't do it, and she doesn't care. Shala is a true hero. Yeah, TK, TZ. I have a solid Snake voice. I usually give that to the protagonist of RPGs I play. So, sorry for springing it upon people. Alright, we woke up Lavos early. He didn't like that. He was taking a nap for 65 million years. But we're 12,000 years too early to wake him up. 13,000 years. 14,000 years even. It's 1999. Yeah, I did say Dalton would eventually kill Chrono. I did. There might be a way to save Chrono, you know? I'll be back in a second. To get some more water. So that Lavos, or destruction rain from the heaven, we all took like 1,200, 1,300 damage. That Lavos is defeatable. You just have to have like really high HP attack power and good defensive equipment, and you can defeat that Lavos. It's one of the endings. There are 12 endings originally in the Super Nintendo version, and then 13. There's another ending in the DS version. Yeah, one of the endings means taking Marl, I think it's Marl, and defeating that version of Lavos, who has like double the stats of the other Lavos that we will fight later. Yeah, rest in peace, ancient civilization. It was nice to have a floating continent, or actually a couple floating continents. But they're gone for good. Good Ayla. Let's do some shopping. Hello, new. Whoop. Oops. So there's the plant lady. If you failed to talk to her earlier, you can talk to her later, here. She survived, because she loves plants. Favorite endings when you fight him at the very beginning by checking the other teleporter. Yeah, New Game Plus at the Millennial Fair, if you touch the right teleporter, you can immediately fight the Lavos shell monster. So that's how you get a bunch of the endings, is you have to do it that way. Because at any time you can essentially go back to the Millennial Fair to fight Lavos. Anyway. FF3's floating continent. I love that. Like, I played the remaster of FF3. I was surprised because I avoided all spoilers and I knew nothing about Final Fantasy 3. But that was such a good surprise to me, discovering that the floating continent was not the whole game. But yeah, the Kingdom of Zeal is much, much, much smaller than FF3's floating continent. Alright, we're on the Blackbird. So Dalton showed up, crashed the party, defeated us somehow, and now we're prisoners aboard a airplane? The Blackbird. It's a pretty big ship. Now we're gonna go into Metal Gear Solid mode. You can check the grates, by the way, to determine where you are, so you can plan where you want to go. Because all of our items and weapons and money have been taken away. So the game forces Ayla into your party, which is great, because she's awesome. Because Ayla is the only one who can attack the enemies until you get a weapon. So, don't worry, Ayla's here. She's ready to claw and bite and kick a bunch of robots. Nothing stops her. Nothing. Did I say Black Omen? I meant Blackbird if I said Black Omen. Black Omen is later. It is later. Alright, we got some items back. We get some basic weapons, which is all we need. Okay. Because in order for party members to get experience and tech points, they need a weapon in their hand, except Ayla. And we need to get Fire Tackle right now. I'm gonna do that by fighting the best boss in the game. Hands down, the best boss. It's the Golem boss. Yep, we just have an epic staring contest. Because the Golem boss, he's intimidated. Because we're establishing dominance. I mean, just look at Luca with her pose. And he runs away. GG. Fire Tackle. We did it. Alright, here comes Dalton breaking the fourth wall. We got the music. No, 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 not that music. This one. Alright. Yeah, Luca is pretty intimidating. I know. He's so scary. It's like Luca puts on a mean, scary face, and then Ayla's behind her, eyes wide. She's the real intimidating factor. Anyway, so here we go. Dalton has even less HP than the first time we fought him, but he is a lot more dangerous. We have to... can't play around with Dalton here. What we're gonna do is do fire tackle. Fire tackle. Lapis. Dalton will do an AoE attack, a magic attack. We use a Lapis to heal that up. And because Ayla is so fast, she's gonna get a second turn. She could throw him up in the air. Which would, you know, normally just, he'd fall to plummet to his death, but it's okay. It ignore physics. And there we go. Did it. So Dalton, he's like a Pokemon trainer. Go, Golem Boss! Use Hyper Beam! But the Golem Boss doesn't show up because Golem Boss ran away. So Dalton gets caught in his own Pokeball and he's gone until he decides to take over the Kingdom of Guardia. Whenever that is. Alright, now we have a flying time machine. Gotta test out the controls though. Dalton is Dallas plus Houston. Huh, it's an interesting notion. He does... The translation there had him say, Houston, we have liftoff. But that's just localization. Shenanigans. Localization. Hoopla. Alright, so we effectively destroyed a giant airplane that was big enough to probably house like 1,000 people. We get an awesome airship theme. But before we do anything, we gotta go shopping. Okay, we have 29,750 gold. We're gonna need 30,000 gold later. I should save. I should do it. Okay. I should say. It's a marathon. Don't get cocky. Okay. So we have Magus on the cape. Magus with a cape, standing on the cape. Anyway. A continent-sized plane? Maybe. You can kind of see the port where the Blackbird was being housed. And that was like... about the size of a city. The city of Kajar. Wasn't as tall, but definitely as long. Yeah, more shopping. You do Sleepy Face, and the shopping's over, because the shopping is like 3 seconds long. O might be on this island. Yes, we must search for O, so let's do some shopping. So here we get Magus' backstory, where he saw the gurus. We have Melchior, Balthazar and Gaspar, where they all ended up, and little Janus, who, if you change the first letter of his name to an M and the N to a G, you got Magus. Yay. Right, the mystery's solved. Little Magus is Janus. Alright, here we get the option to fight Magus or not. We are not going to fight Magus. We do, we ruin the run. That's why I saved. So my safe word is pig, because once I see pig, I need to stop mashing. Pay attention. Pig? Right. Did it. So if you decide to fight Magus, you can't run from it. You have to defeat him or game over. But if you don't fight Magus, he gets lonely. So he joins our party. So we name him S. Right, Ayla for Magus. What? A button, please. Go. Hey, B dude. Thanks for the go, go, go. Do it. Alright, we're on our way. Oh, thanks for the raid, B dude. I missed it. I don't have any alerts, so I have to look over at chat periodically. Channel your inner B dude. Oh no. I really shouldn't. Yeah, thanks for the raid, everybody. Welcome to a Chrono Trigger Glitchless 100%. If you're from B dude stream, then you're very familiar with this category, as B dude is a fellow runner. Yeah, we're wrapping up. We're more than halfway done. So now we get to start the fun part. We can do all the quests quickly as we can. Alright, everybody. We're not going to 1999. Not 1999. It's very easy to accidentally go to 1999. We don't want to do that. Alright, so now we're going to start Frog's Quest. Everyone's talking about Soda Guy and sugar and diabetes and things like that. There you go, we talked to the carpenter, drinking soda, to the end of time. I am indeed a feller. Alright, talk to Gaspar, pop his snot bubble, wake him up. What's wrong with 1999? Well, not much. You know, it's a fine time period. We're just not ready to go there. We're not ready to party like it's 1999. Can't do that yet. We'll get there. For now, we're gonna take this egg, which is called the time egg, aka the Chrono Trigger. It's like it's the name of the game or something. It's like what we're here for. With the Chrono Trigger's help, we might be able to save Chrono. The idea. But we're not going to do that right now. Chrono's not important. What is important is talking to carpenters. Alright. 1, 2, 3. Interesting how the game gives you many chances to fight Lavos. Yes. It's a lot of flexibility in how you want to play the game. Gee. Alright, before we talk to carpenters, let's talk to Luca's dad, because Luke, he's got new goodies. Tabin suit and the Tabin helm. Tabin suit is extremely good for Luca. Gives her a +2 to speed and like a third damage reduction for fire damage, I think. Right, let's go buy some jerky. Or 10,000 gold. The best jerky. Now, let's go visit a guy we haven't even seen in the speedrun, but you would see him casually. It's Toma, the great explorer. Oh, but wait, we were a little too late, so we go behind his grave. There's a speed tab. Say, hey Toma, bye Toma, and then go back to carpenters. Alright, this guy loves soda. I think you've had enough sugar for today, sir. I talked to him twice so we can get more soda dialogue. Okay. So, soda guy, he's a lazy carpenter, so his wife is upset with that. But we borrow the tools for carpentry. I'm gonna take these futuristic tools to the past. It's amazing that they're not commented on by the past carpenter. It's not like technology can evolve in 400 years or something. This is not the right way. Down. I will definitely lend them to a buddy. Alright, so Frog's quest involves us going north to a manor, a ruin. Well, and the ruin has a bunch of holes in the ground. The carpenters will repair the holes so that you can go through it and progress to the next areas. I'm gonna save here, because I could have some terrible luck. Wipe. So what the carpenters will do is they'll repair a little bit, and then they'll say, hey, there are monsters here. I'm not going to work anymore until the monsters are gone. So we're going to clear out the monsters for them. The monsters are ghosts. Alright. Magus, when he joins us, he's level 37. I think Luke is like 25? Our highest level? Something like that. Magus is very much stronger than everybody else on the team at the moment. Great, we got the MP Buster and Grudge. Lovely. So with MP Buster, we gotta restore his MP. That up. Also, go ahead and up Ether. Let's go. Forced fights. I know. This isn't Chrono Cross where you could dodge everything, except a couple of forced fights. Grudge. Don't do the double. Okay. Alright, last fight. So if all four of them hit Magus with a Grudge, we actually only need 2 people to hit him with Grudge. Magus will get knocked out, and that's not good, because Magus needs enough experience for the next section. So he could get a level really quickly. Yeah, medieval people know how to operate a power drill, exactly. That's what I was thinking. Okay, the double MP Buster. We shouldn't get another Grudge. Okay, Frog, Robo, here we go. Go ahead and heal. There we go. Alright, so that's part 1 done. We're gonna go back to the carpenters. So the first time is free. The second one, we have to pay them 2,000 gold to repair the rest of where we need to go. I think the normal quest, you can do this up to like 5 or 6 times and get all of the goodies that are hidden in the ruins. But we only need to do this twice to finish up Frog's quest. You can get the best weapon for Marl in this place. You have to go to the future for it, though. So there are magical treasure chests that they're black and have a little design on them. And some of those treasure chests will ask you, do you want to open it now? And if you say yes, you can't get the item in the future because what will happen is the item will develop into something better. So for example, there's the red vest. The red vest allows you to absorb fire damage and gives you a defense boost. If you wait to collect the red vest in the future, it becomes the red mail, which gives you the same effect, absorb fire damage, but also more defense power. So there are a lot of weapons and defensive equipment that evolve into something better if you wait. The nice thing about time travel is you can go back in the past to get the other version if you wanted to. Kind of breaks the continuity, but whatever. Anyway, Cyrus's grave is here. So this quest is to help Frog come to terms with Cyrus's death. To free his mind. And as a result, he gets a bonus. A reward for doing so. A hero's power comes from within. Mind over matter. It's a thrashing time, is what they say. So yeah, when you get the Masamune originally, it has like a 23% crit rate and like an attack power of over 100, 120 or whatever. But after this quest, the attack power is over 300 with the same high crit rate. So we're gonna make use of that right now. Well done, Frog. Yeah, so every quest has a little bit of a reward for quest. Some of them are pretty apparent, some of them aren't. Okay, nope, wrong way. Alright, let's go put that sword to the test. Go to Ozzy's fort. So Ozzy's fort is Magus's quest. What we're going to do is divide this quest into two parts. We're going to do part 1 now, and then come back later at the end of the run to do part 2. There's a reason for that. With buffer underflow, that's over 9,000. What? 9,000? Alright. So the Flea fight and slash fight are identical in how we approach it. We want to see a crit? Yes, from Frog. 1 crit is all we need. Then do fire tackle. And then another hit from Frog is all we need. So if Frog does not get a crit, then we have to attack Flea or slash 3 times instead of 2. This is the fast fight. A goblin. Frog is the best character. Frog is a great character. I like him a lot. Originally, he was my favorite in terms of just story and character progression. Alright, everybody, we see the magic of Ozzy. Ozzy is a clown, and he doesn't even know it. Alright. Summon monsters and immediately die, because I made a mistake. Alright, slash fight is almost identical. No crit. He has another chance. One more chance, Frog. You got this. It's a good scene. I agree, Trenton. Pretty good one. No, he didn't crit. Boo, we could have skipped that attack. There it is. Little late, Frog. Little late. Okay, so we're gonna do a setup here. Right. Luca. Oh, the A button again, betraying me. There. Okay, so we have this particular party right here because we're doing a setup. We're gonna interact with this guillotine trap. And when we do so, everybody in this party is gonna be at 1 HP. We're going to do that to set up for 2 boss fights later. You don't know how this setup works, you may be surprised. We'll get to it soon. Then we go to this hidden room, and we find all these goodies that are for Magus. Magus gets the Doom Sickle, Gloom Helm, and Gloom Cape. And all those items are pretty much his best equipment in the game. Doom Sickle is arguable. The other two are kind of not. They're really good. Okay, to the Giant's Claw. Got it. Alright, so this is a remnant of 65 million years BC, and Tomo would have talked about this, because Tomo is always on the quest for the Rainbow Shell. And you'll find his notes, like this is where he eventually suspected it would be. We're gonna go finish the quest for him. Love how the music lines up this fight. But yeah, this is essentially the Tyranno Lair with some additions to it. Alright, we're going to take this fight twice. This is going to give Magus a level, also give Luca and Marl a little bit more experience. So right now, we want Marl to learn haste. So she's very much on her way to getting it, but she needs a little help. Also, yeah, rip the cat. That was Chrono's cat. Don't worry, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. The cat is actually the entity, which is the most powerful being on the planet. Alright, so we just picked up the Blue Rock, which gives Magus a triple tech with Robo and Luca called Omega Flare. But we're going to see a lot of Omega Flare, but not yet. Luca doesn't know Flare yet. He needs to learn that first. Alright. Hey look, Rubbles, our friendly favorite Rubble. So with that level that we got, Magus, his hit rate went from like 20 to 40, so pretty much doubled. Which means that against these Rubble enemies, you should be able to knock them out within 5 attacks, what I found. Within 5. Within 5. Then 5. Here he goes. 1, 2. He did it. Within 5. Okay. And with that, we get haste. Good job. Now, let's get Hila. So we have 2 characters with 1 HP. What are we gonna do? So I'll explain it, because you guys are gonna see it real soon, for those who don't know. Magus has a weapon called the Doom Sickle. And the Doom Sickle has a special property where if a party member is knocked out, Magus's attack power goes up. Essentially, it doubles his attack value. If a second party member is knocked out, then it also gets a bonus, so the same amount. So Magus is going to do a lot of damage by himself. But first, we're going to charm. Try to charm the red male from the Tyranno. If we don't get the red mail, that's okay. There's a backup for it, but it's nice to get it. Boo! Alright, we have one more chance to... We might get this chance. If not, it's okay. Now and then. Come on, Ayla. Oh! She got it! Nice! You don't always get the second chance, because there's a sap effect that's going on right now, and that knocked out Ayla and Marl. So now Magus crits for 3,000 damage. Yeah, and this boss has like 25,000 HP, that's right. But Magus can solo him. Hey, welcome SpeedGaming with another raid. That stream went really well. You're just in time for a silly fight where I have to do nothing. This is normally when I take a restroom break. It's okay. Because I'm not holding the controller. Well, I'm pushing a button. So yeah, you hope to see as many crits as possible. On average, you get like 1. We've seen like three so far. So... yeah, Berserk tasted Magus is no joke with the Doom Sickle. We won! GG. Oh, I didn't, go back. Skip. Yeah, Magus is level 38 compared to everybody, so he is much faster than everybody. Alright, here's the Rainbow Shell. It's too heavy for us to lift, so we gotta get some help. Move it about. Alright, let's have Magus do his power pose. You can hold a direction, and Magus will be walking during this cutscene. I like to have it so he's holding it down. But any direction works. Okay, so if you didn't get the red mail, the charm, you can go up left and open one of the magical treasure chests, which is in the 3rd floor, I think. And that has the red vest. Because we need that for this upcoming fight. Need one of those 2 things. But it's about a 25-second time loss to go pick up the red vest. Got unlucky. Alright, here's another speed tab. One of the few chests in the game you can run away from after opening it. That's not the right button. Yeah, I know, Ayla is strong. It's a bad excuse to just get the Guardia line involved. Alright, here's the Elder. We're gonna give her jerky for free. So that she can instill kindness into the next generation. Alright, let's go to the future. Yeah, they're not freaking out because of Magus. Things have changed. You could also give the excuse that nobody's ever seen Magus, but, you know, that's not fun. That's not... Okay, so we're gonna set battle speed to 3. Save, safety save. Alright, here is Son of Sun. As far as puzzle bosses go, this one was my least favorite. Casually. So what we're gonna do is have Luca use Flame Toss to get 3 flames. And to damage Son of Sun, you have to pick the correct flame to attack. And you know it's the correct flame because it won't counter-attack you. Oh, we found it. Okay, so it's the bottom right one. You have to do 10 hits. Critting the flame does nothing. So try to get at least 5 hits in part 1, and then 5 hits part 2. You might get 6. Quick enough. 7 if you're really quick. And have a good pattern. Five. 6. Okay. So we'll wait. We could get one more attack in with Magus if you're really fast, but this is not a good pattern for it. So we flame toss. So with RNG manipulation, you don't even have to do the flame tosses to figure out which one's the correct flame. You could just know ahead of time what the right one is. Hey, alright, same bottom right flame. Alright, this is attack 7. 8. The eye looks like a bird. I think I can see that. Alright, this is 8, 9, 10. Okay, so the Son of Sun, even though you do the 10th hit, which is enough to finish him off, he will do his laser beam attack. They're gonna prepare to revive whoever gets hit. Hopefully it hits Ayla, but usually doesn't. Okay. It's El Magus. Use a revive. Set up charm. Darn it, didn't get ice 2 going. Yeah, this boss is not easy when you don't know the gimmick behind it. I think I reset, like, casually. I had to do this fight and reset, like, 10 times? Maybe 11? So yeah, Jerk Boss is definitely an appropriate name. Okay, so we just got the Sunstone. I mentioned earlier that in the Kingdom of Zeal, who had magical beings, they discovered the Sunstone at 30 million BC or whatever, and those who discovered it and came into contact with it eventually developed magic powers. Kind of like it's radioactive or whatever. We just got a Sunstone, so we're gonna, well, it's called a Moonstone. We're gonna charge it up with sunshine. And it's gonna take many millennia to get it powered up. Luckily, we have a time machine. We're gonna go 1000 AD. According to FF9 logic, it's a bird because it floats. Yeah, that's true. Bird killer would work. Alright, we discover that in 1000 AD, the rock has been stolen. Or taken. We know just where it is. The elders found it. But because we instilled kindness in the past generation, this elder is not a jerk, so he freely gives it to us. Okay. Alright. Now we finish up. Go to the future. Collect our Sunstone. And I love this island. It's the island that changes the least over the millennia. So we're in the future, but when you interact with the Sunstone, you get a very convenient warp to 1000 AD, because that's where we're going next. Because with the Sunstone, Luca makes the Wonder Shot, which is it's a weapon, for sure. And the Sunshades, which the Sunshades are very, very useful. Yeah, it needed the last 25,000 years. Yeah, I thought about that. Villainous Wolf. Just a little bit of time. Alright, the Wonder Shot is Luca's best weapon, but it has a problem with it. We're gonna see it, probably see it later. Kinda hope not, but... bound to happen. Alright, safety save. Gonna talk to Norstein Beckler. So earlier, we fought Gato for 45 silver points. We're gonna use them now to play a minigame. Because we have to. So you want a clone, eh? Look who the clone is. Y is laugh. A is surprise. Okay, easy mode. So all you have to do is get 4 correct in a row. Fail the last one on purpose. Pay 30,000 gold for a clone/doll. I wonder what it could be used for. So we have to break the news to Chrono's mom that he's dead. Except we don't, because Luca's cowardly. So instead we just take the doll. Okay, I'm gonna check. Okay, the doll was taken. Sometimes the game doesn't put it in your inventory. It's a real shame when that happens. It happened to me in an attempt recently. Oops. Okay, what do we want? Gloom Cape and Berserker. The Defender. Great menuing. Speed. I should save. Alright, now we're gonna do Marl's quest. This one is the most drama. It's pretty interesting. I really like her story. Yeah, because right now, Jinotad, we're done with money. We have no use for money anymore. Casually, you'd want to play the game, because there's a lot of things you can still get. So you want to save your money. How long till you find out? All you have to do is go back upstairs and you could check. But what we don't do, in the speed run, we just keep going as if we have it in our inventory. And then, what is it? Like, not too far from now. Say 15 minutes? Maybe a little less than 15 minutes. We go to the place where we need it, and if you don't have it, you have to turn around, go pick up the doll again, and go back. So it's about a minute and a half time loss. If you either forget to pick it up, or pick it up and the game doesn't put it in your inventory, which is a rare bug, so it's very unlikely to happen. Okay, so what was going on there in the courtroom? The Chancellor was accusing the king of hoarding the rainbow shell and selling it for money because the king promised to unveil the rainbow shell at the Millennial Fair instead. Therefore, that's a crime. Anyway. So the Chancellor, this guy's been a problem for a long time. He's the one who, when Chrono was acquitted, being not guilty in court, he's the one who told the warden that he's still going to be executed in 3 days, even though his sentence was just incarceration for 3 days instead. So the Chancellor, something's fishy is going on with him. It's like he's not human or something. I like the Ocean Palace theme. It fits here because it's like a theme song or theme of conspiracy. Conspiracy's going on. We gotta solve the issue. Okay. We pause before the squeak. And let's go forward. Sorry, KG. Sorry for offending. Okay, so with the rainbow shell was a note left by Queen Lean, because we learn a little bit about Marl. She doesn't like her father, doesn't get along with him. So Queen Lean kind of says, hey, you should make up with him, because family's an important thing. Marl thinks about it. She's like, oh, okay. It makes sense, because we're here to save her father. Thanks for the good luck. So, those who remember the Doom Sickle strategy we used on the Rust Tyranno, guess what? It's going to make an appearance again. Because Marl and Frog have 1 HP. So for those who missed it the first time, Magus has a weapon called the Doom Sickle. And for every party member that gets knocked out in the fight, he gets a power boost as long as they're still down. So he's going to do about, let's see, what is it? 500 damage at the start. And then when one person gets knocked out, it's up to 1,000. Then when 2 people get knocked out, it's 1,500. And then 3,000 with a crit, give or take a few points. So we're trying to set up such that both Frog and Marl get knocked out in the fight at just the right time. So in the Super Nintendo version, at least as long as I've run the game, I've never seen Yakra, spoilers, the Chancellor's Yakra the 13th. I've never seen Yakra not hit Frog first. There's going to be a 50-50 chance if he's going to hit Marl next, and we want him to hit Marl next. But in the PC version, it's random, I think. Okay, so we got haste going. So now let's see if we have a fast fight or a slow fight. If he doesn't hit Marl here, then it's going to be a little bit of a slow fight, usually like 10 seconds longer. Yay, good RNG. Alright, we're good. Bang! Yeah, I remember that Trenton getting the jerky. King just gets upset, so picky. Horns. Oh, as his eyes, because the CRT vision. I could see that. You could see the eyes as nostrils, I guess. Be a different take on Yakra. Alright. Yeah, normally, as far as RNG patterns go, Magus usually crits 3 times. Not always. If you get a bad pattern, you might not crit at all. Yeah, the Steam version differences between Super Nintendo are... They're a lot. I mean, from an overarching point of view, it's pretty similar. There's not much to note. But if you play the Super Nintendo version a lot, you will see the differences. Same with like the DS version in this game. Like the DS version, for example, messes up a lot of the sound effects, the in-battle sound effects. Could be they messed it up, or it could be because they just changed it, but... Some sound effects like Rolo Kick from Ayla, they sound so crisp and nice on the Super Nintendo version, but it's just a dull sound on the DS. I don't know why. Alright, we saved the king. Marl made up. Everyone's happy. But the quest isn't over just yet. Because there's still Melchior, who's gonna make himself useful. His words, not mine. So yeah, Melchior will make some really good stuff for us if we have the materials for it. So the prism shell, he will turn into either 3 prism helms or 1 prism dress. We're going to take the helms. If we take the dress, we're in trouble, because we need the helms. The helms will give every character status immunity, which means they can't be hit by a status effect, which is very important for the late game. Helms. I want the helms. Then, if you do the Sunstone quest, you can combine the Sunstone and the prism and the shell to make prism specs, which are the best thing for damage in this game. And then he also makes the rainbow sword, which we don't care about because Chrono doesn't need it. But technically, Chrono, one of Chrono's strongest weapons. And with that, Marl's quest is done. Melchior leaves. All is well. So now we were talking about Chrono, so let's go get him back. We've put it off for far too long. This is the last time we see Morrow do anything. Oops. Alright, let's go to the future. He is still using Surge's Swallow, that's right. Yeah, the Swallow in this game is a blue katana, which gives a really nice speed boost. Chrono Cross, it's a dual-edged blade. Alright, let's find out if we have the clone, which we do. I double checked. But this is where you would discover if you had the clone or not. So you talk to the Balthazar New. He tells you you must have a clone identical, and then he moves on with this dialogue. So to go up Death Peak, to initiate Operation Save Chrono using Chrono Trigger, we need the help of these programs, which are these little sheep, anthropomorphic sheep doll things that help us out along the way on our climb out Death Peak. And in order to climb Death Peak, you need this to happen because there's a wind blowing and you cannot get up the mountain without blocking the wind. That first program will help you do that. Whoop, not yet. Alright, here we go. Menu time. No. Oh. I should save. Nothing dangerous. Well, that's not true. There are dangerous things on Death Peak. Alright, so what I do is I inch a little bit to the right here. There is a power tab in the upper right corner. We're gonna go pick that up. You run up to this tree. Walk instead of running. And run around. There you go. The first obstacle of Death Peak is defeated. The wind. Right. Aw, that was too far to the right. Oops. So you can set ice too. So. There is a lot of stuff that goes into this route. Again, I mentioned Wexel is the one who came up with the route for the most part, and it is very brilliant. The RNG Manip route, though, changes things a little bit. And that's been worked on over the course of a few months by very talented people. Dai Nuitari, Azrael Hobbs, B-Dude Games, Collation, I think Fell, so. Alright, this guy's dangerous. Just don't attack the shell, you're fine. Just don't attack the shell. If you do attack the shell, you'll get that AoE spike attack, which hurts. Everybody... Oh, a crit! Wow. I haven't seen that in a long time. It's nice to get the crit first, because then you don't have to do a second attack from Magus, but it's okay. Alright, all over Death Peak, we see Lavos' offspring, which are preparing to go to different planets. We're getting rid of them. Alright, we just got Heal Beam. We make use of it. Get the Giga Arm. We're gonna use that soon. Carefully hug the right side. There we go. To avoid an enemy encounter. Open the door to the wall. And hug the top. Then, your way down. Do a little crisscross, boop, boop. Then we come into contact with this Lavo spawn, which is not flagged as a boss for whatever reason, but we can run from it. It's worth a lot of experience and tech points, but we don't need it for this route, so we're fine. The other two that are here, you can't run from those Lavos spawns. Alright, so now we're here. We're gonna do a little grind. These enemies called Crackers, they're called Blood Yolks in the DS version. They give you the most experience and tech points in the game if you get 6 of them in one encounter. So this is the quickest and most efficient place to grind if you want to reach like level 99, for example. But all we need to do is fight these guys 4 times, as long as we get 6 of them. So we do a very specific setup, to get 6 of them to appear every fight. Cute little baby Lavos. Remember Metroid? No, Lavos is not like the baby The baby Metroid. Oh, the other M. I didn't hate that game. I actually thought it was fun. But the baby. Alright. So we know we're done when Magus learns Magic Wall, which is the one after this. Okay, SpeedGaming Deutsch. Welcome. Thank you for the raid. Welcome everybody to a Chrono Trigger speedrun. We're finishing up. We have less than, well, a little bit more than an hour left of the run. Things are going to start getting hectic. Okay, barely. Yeah, like, you can run away from things in the game. That's, for whatever reason, the game developers intended, if you were to run away from something, it despawns the enemy. It was their oversight, or maybe they did it intentionally, that you could run from that particular lava spawn. Maybe they made a mistake, I don't know. I'm not sure if in the PC version you can run from it or not. I don't know. If they corrected it, then that means it was an oversight. Alright, we're gonna do the same strat, 2 attacks from Magus. Fire tackle to the face and not the shell. One more fire tackle. Okay. Is it Shadow Flare? Omega Flare is coming. Not yet, not yet. Don't you worry, Deagle. It'll be here. Alright, so we're gonna have a particular setup here with our party. So we have Robo, Ayla, and Frog. I want this particular party for a cutscene coming up. If you put Marl or Luca in the party, you get a unique ending to this cutscene involving one of them. With this party, we get Frog as the leader. If Marl and Luca are in the party, they have a really touching reunion with Chrono. They give him a hug. With Frog, he wants the hug, but Chrono's like, I'm not giving you a hug. So Frog just stares at the screen, very sad. That's okay. So your favorite 3-person tech? Why is it Poyozo Dance? You know, I was gonna mention, I don't use a lot of triple techs, like casually, but Poyozo Dance is kind of funny, so. Giveth an answer! But you're right, Desert Eagle, that Shadow Flare is a good name for it because it does shadow-based damage. So, no need to correct. Look, we arrived at the time. There's Ayla and there's Robo. So what we do is we do the old switcheroo. Take the clone, which nobody cares about, and bring back the doofus. He thought he could save Shala. We did it. And according to some lore, some people think that this Chrono that we rescue is not the same Chrono that journeyed along the way. You can debate that all you want. I think it's the same guy, but whatever. We get a Christmas tree, kind of, and Chrono lives, and Frog's very happy. He wants to give him a hug. I was like, nope. Yeah, there'd be extra dialogue with Luca and Marl, and they have a... Oh, it's so cute. Give him a hug. Alright, anyway. So that's it for Chrono. Yay, he's alive. Whoop-de-doo. So now, moving on. Heal on up. Heal for Magus. Alright. So we were talking about what's my favorite quest in the game. I was thinking about this one, Robo's quest. The problem with Robo's quest, it has the hardest movement in the game, so that's why I couldn't rate it highly. The most challenging movement in the game is coming up. I hope I get it first try, but if I don't, do my best. Alright. Whoop-de-doo, I know. So, there's been a part of the future that we haven't talked about, but it's that all the robots here have been programmed to destroy humanity. And the reason for that is because there is a mother brain, a supercomputer system that is controlling all artificial intelligence and all robots. And that mother brain, not the Super Metroid or Metroid mother brain, that one is the one that's causing problems for the future. That's why they call Robo a traitor, whose name is Prometheus. Anyway, so we'll talk a little bit about that. We're on this conveyor belt gauntlet. This is the second best place to grind in the game, although it's really slow. So what you can do is fight the five groups of enemies here to get a bunch of experience and tech points, and then leave and do it again. The leaving takes a little while to do, and then re-entering, doing it again. But casually, most people probably utilize this to get a bunch of experience and tech points. Hey RYO, we're going to do that soon. The Desert Forest quest, that we saved that for last. Well, yeah, technically last. And Dark Omen is soon after that. So yeah, there's not a lot of game left in terms of time. We are speeding along. First thing we do, we're going to go up this conveyor belt. Notice we're going against the flow of the conveyor belt. I'm going to hit the switch. So the game intends you to navigate this area, fight a few encounters, and then eventually hit a lever, which will change the flow of that conveyor belt to the opposite direction. We aren't going to do that because it's slow. It's about 3 minutes to go and hit that lever. It's the safe thing to do, especially if you're just learning this speedrun. I recommend doing that. But I'm gonna curse myself, but I'm confident that I'm gonna be able to get this trick, this movement trick, down. So what we're doing now is preparing for everything we're gonna do. But the gimmick of this level is, you see on the left there's like a little receptacle. Those need an electric charge to open the door. Luckily, we have somebody who's, made of metal. So we're gonna have Robo become electrically charged, go into the receptacles to power on the door and open the door. So that is how we progress through this level. And so here's the charging station. Alright, easy mode for here, but right after this is the challenging thing. So we need to go against the flow of the conveyor belt, and we have very little room for error here. Okay, good start. Ah, robbed. I made it, but no, the game said no. Alright, try again. So close. There was a little bit of lag on my transition to the... Oops, that's a bad angle. Come on. My transition onto the conveyor belt, so that slowed me down a little bit. Oh, robbed again? No. Well, I jinxed myself. So I wanted to get this first try, but we're going for try number 3. Every attempt costs like 40 seconds. Ah, that's a bad. Costs about 40 seconds to get back to the charging station and go to the receptacle. Robbed again? You guys can't see the electrical charge when I'm in there, right? The game is not giving it to me. Alright, try again. Okay, see? Easy. First try, easy every time. Anyway, normally in a speedrun I could get that within 2 tries on average. I got robbed. Come on, alright, Robo Buddy. Come on, come on. There we go. So this is our new Robo Buddy. He needs help. We're gonna manipulate him so that he ends up into a place where we want him to go. Because he is the key to getting the other Poyozo-like doll key. So he can walk through barriers. There he is. See the little round barriers with the green blinking lights? We can't walk through those, but he can. And the game developers intended that because otherwise he gets stuck on them, which is very easy for this guy to get stuck on corners and things like that. Alright, we got the other doll. Now we're on our way to the rest of the level. Alright, so I'm gonna get Magus, Glove, Prism Specs, Giga Arm, Shelter. Nice. Wait. Check 1, 2, 3. Do a safety save. And let's go. Just got Dark Mist. I need that. So here's Atropos. They have a nice ribbon. We actually like that ribbon, and we want it. That's going to be our reward for Robo's quest. One of the rewards. So Atropos is being controlled by Mother Brain, and so Prometheus, aka Robo, doesn't know how he feels about that because they are a couple. And Robo has decided to stay with his friends and protect them, whereas Atropos wants to destroy them. So Robo takes it upon himself to fight the one he loves by punching repeatedly, over and over and over again. So with the right setup, we do about 1400 damage to Atropos per hit. If you don't have the right setup here, this is one of the most unfortunate fights to mess up, but you can wipe to this fight if Robo's too slow, if you didn't give him the speed tabs. You can wipe to this fight if you didn't give him the right defensive equipment. It's such a shame when it happens, but it'll happen to everybody eventually. So Atropos knows everything that Robo knows, and she uses it in succession. Every new tech in succession. Alright everybody, what we're going to be looking for at the end of this fight is Robo's final digit of his HP. Right now it's a 0. At the end of this fight we want it to be a 7, 8, or 9. see what we get. If it's a 5 or less, that's not good. That's not great. Alright, we got 9. Perfect. Excellent. Yeah, Robo's not defective. He's got his original programming, but it's only when Lavos occurred, the day of Lavos, did the Mother Brain take over. So the Mother Brain corrupted all the other robots. Okay, so we're gonna do a big jump. Normally I skip this. This is a backup Mega Elixir. So I'm gonna get this magic tab, because learned later. Alright, so we're gonna do Mid Ether, do Full Tonic, Robo, Speed Belt. I guess gets the person. Okay, a little slow there. That's okay. Yeah, the Crisis Arm and the other one is Terra Arm. Those are our rewards. So Terra Arm is Robo's best, highest attacking weapon. But the Crisis Arm is what we're going to use, because it's situationally better. Because it does damage based on the final digit of Robo's HP, and it's relatively unaffected by defense and magic defense, things like that. There is some effect to it, it's just not as bad as the other things. So yeah, at a digit of 9, Robo's eventually going to do like 3,000, over 3,000 damage per hit with an Uzi punch. If it were at a 5, for example, it would do like 1,900 with a digit of 5. And if you have a digit of 0 or 1, sometimes it does nothing. A digit of 0 does nothing, but sometimes also at a digit of 1, it does nothing. It's a bit of a risk, but we know what we're doing, so it's fine. Alright, here's the Mother Brain. The Mother Brain, the screens around the Mother Brain will heal up Mother Brain at the very start of a fight. Sometimes we can outspeed that. If Magus is quick and they are slow... Okay, I wasn't fast enough. You can use Dark Mist and knock out consoles before they do this unnecessary healing. Alright, see who goes first. Luca or Robo? Luca. Mega Bomb. Z Punch. The timeline where Samus's mission failed. This isn't planet... I always want to say Zebes, but Zebes. Planet Zebes. This is planet Earth? Question mark? Terra? I don't know what the planet is called in this game. Breakdown. Oh, didn't even split at Death Peak. There's the Crisis Arm. Alright, so now we're gonna... Whoops, not that way. Go to the desert. Everybody's favorite place. So in the 100% glitchless category, this section is pretty easy. If you compare it to any percent or any percent no LSS, I think just any percent no LSS, this place is a nightmare. I'm gonna save just because I can. But we're powerful, we got what we need, so we should have little trouble. Might as well call it Planet Namek. You're right, there are gurus here. There's no Dragon Balls. Okay. So with Ice 2, Magus is powerful enough to just one-shot these enemies, which give a lot of experience and tech points. This would be a great place to grind, but these enemies, when you defeat them, they're gone for good. You can't just refight them. do a little slalom. Then, Magus, you're not Magus. You get the Power Glove, you get the Prism Specs, and the Crisis Arm. Give Mid-Ether to Robo. Let's go. Let's fight Red Knight, one of the worst bosses. So, Red Knight, a creepy enemy. He can appear in any of the corners of this room. We want him to appear in the upper left. That's the best place. And the other places are bottom left and top right. Oh! Okay, that was bottom right. Okay. Not terrible, not terrible. He looks a little bit like Zombor. Just a little bit. It's far, far worse than Zombor. Alright, first thing we do is 2. Then we're gonna Uzi Punch the bottom. Yeah, almost 3,500 damage. Okay, since we have a digit of 9, that's enough to defeat the bottom. Otherwise, we would need another hit. The top. Here we go. Now we're gonna see Wonder Shot for the first time. Come on, Luca. Come on, Luca. Oh, that's a good hit. Good hit, Luca. Alright, and so with this, all of our planning and battles have given Luca Flare. There it is. With Flare, we can finally use the blue rock. Gives us Omega Flare, or triple tech. There's a power tab right there. Alright, let's go finish up Ozzy's fortress. Robo, rock. That's not what Prism Specs. There you go. But that is not the Prism Specs. So yeah, we could have finished this earlier. It would have required our team at the time to fight Slash, Flea, and Ozzy in one go. Which is kind of doable, I think, but it takes a long time. Here, we have Triple Tech, Mega Flare. You know, 4,600 damage. It's fine. 2. And we won. GG. Ozzy's in trouble. We get the dash ring, which is the final evolution of like the bandana speed belt line of additions to your speed stat. We're gonna give that to Ayla for a few fights. Alright, there's no correct solution with the switches for Ozzy, because we're gonna be saved by Chrono's cat. I mean, spoilers. Spoilers. Yo. Not that switch. And with that, Magus's quest is done. We have one final thing to do before we take on the Black Omen. Yep, his cat. It's the strongest being on the planet. It knows all. It could be anywhere at any time. It's Schrodinger's cat. Chrono, whatever. Anyway, here's Fiona. She's really nice. I'm gonna take her mid-ethers because she's so nice. And she is gonna be the one who restores the forest in this desert. Also, there's Tractor Robo, best sprite in the game. Farewell, Tractor Robo. We'll see you in 400 years. So Robo offers his assistance to Fiona to help restore the forest, and he does. But it was 400 years. Is there a cat appearance in each period of time? I don't think 65 million BC. I don't think there's one there. Nor 12,000. Yeah, it's not as frequent as make it sound. Schrodinger's cat. There we go. Well done. You did it. Schrodinger's. So in this scene, we start talking about something called the entity. And if you go on to delve into the lore, you can try to figure out what the entity is, who or what they are. But they're the ones who are responsible for the gates showing up, where we show up where we do in the gates, and how certain events play out. Some people like to say the entity is the player. Some people would say it's Shala, who combined with Lavos, as we find out in Chrono Cross. You could say the entity is Chrono's cat. That's my favorite explanation. But we don't really know. But there is a hand going on that is helping us, and we don't know who it is, but the whole team has become aware of it. So anyway, won't delve into that part of the lore. The planet itself is the entity. That's one of the theories as well. One of the serious theories. Alright, did I make it back to that moment? Oh no, it's Lara. Lara. Her skirt's stuck. Can't pull it out. Oh no, a leg crushing machine activated. What are we gonna do? Don't worry. We saved Lara. And in so doing, we got rid of Luca's real mother, who crushed her legs, and it's replaced with a mother that doesn't have crushed legs. Farewell, Luca's original mother. We'll never see you again. Yeah, I think most people failed it the first time. It's a terrifying scene. If you don't pay attention to the lore and some of the directions, there's almost no way you're going to know what to do. Dash ring. 2. We're fine. I was thinking about saving, but it should be okay. A lot of save points in the Black Omen. Alright. But yeah, if you explore one of the rooms in the house, there's a note by Tabin who says, "The password to the machine is my wife's name." It's your fault if you don't remember that his wife's name is Lara. So, oops, that happens. But yeah, if you were to just dive in and not know which way to go, extremely easy to mess that up. Developers did not hold back. Alright, so this is Mega Mutant. He's your guardian to make sure you don't enter the Black Omen too early. He's not that hard to defeat at a high level. At a low level. He's quite the challenge. So everybody on our team has status immunity, so this chaos attack, which would normally confuse people, doesn't happen. The Prism Helms, and then Magus's Gloom Helm has status immunity on it. Alright. Let's bring in Ayla, my favorite character. Ayla's got a job to do. She's got a lot of jobs to do, actually. She's got the dash ring equipped, which means she's going first. There's no enemy that's going to outspeed Ayla. So she's either going to run, or we're going to charm some things. Because we need some items. The Black Omen has a lot of good things to charm. A little slow. The first thing we're going to get is the Golden Earring. It will essentially max out Robo's max HP to 999. We're going to need that for a couple of fights. So by holding L and R and mashing A to charm, you can get an item, got the Golden Earring, nice, and run away immediately. Keep it. That Syncrite will either give you a Hyper Ether or nothing, besides the Golden Earring, so sometimes you gotta run. Alright, these wall panels though, they have the real prize, which is a speed tab. Speed tabs are so good, and we're gonna get 2 of them here. Oh, you like Brain Lord? Yeah, that's a pretty good game. I've seen a little bit of it in the past, and it's pretty interesting. I'm a fan of Seven Saga and Mystic Arc. Sorry, I just saw the... Just look over at chat, I'm like, Brain Lord? Okay. Okay. Yes, Ayla is so charming, she could charm a wall. And she does, because she's the best. So with those 2 speed tabs, as long as we use them correctly, we'll have all we need, all the speed we need to deal with the rest of the game. Okay. Alright, there are ambush sites which we can't skip. This is one of them. These guys lock all your techs and items, which is a terrible thing. But if you hold L and R, you just run away. And the magic of running away never fails to impress. Never fails. It's so useful. Alright, with that, Ayla's job is done for a while. Thank you, Ayla. Okay, thanks. Appreciate it. I'm gonna get back Magus. A power tab. Give you this. E tab. This is both Luca? Yeah. Alright, everybody. It's the Black Omen. Black Omen has 2 elevators. The elevators are kind of what make or break a PB in this category, because the encounters you get here are random. You can get anywhere from 0 encounters to 3. We hope we get 0. We got 1. So, it's a shame. Two encounters, alright. So this will ensure, probably, yeah, I think this ensures that we're not going to be under-leveled going into the Lavos fight. So I mentioned it before, but one of the goals of the run is to get Luca at level 40, because without level 40, Luca doesn't have enough HP to survive Lavos Core's opening attack. Robo can't survive. Oh look, we got all 3. Just the worst luck here. If this were a PB, I'd be crying, but don't worry. Doesn't matter. Okay, so I'm gonna do Ice 2. So these are the worst enemies to encounter because it takes more than a single flare to knock them out. You have to use a magic attack from Magus. Learn to count. Sorry, everybody. I wish we could count to 0 instead. That would have been nice. Alright, we're done. More than 3. Alright, there are a lot of ambush triggers here. We're gonna skip them. Hold upright. Just glide on by. I learned this movement not too long ago. Oh, oh, very nice. Hold up. Get the... there we go. So that Nova armor we just picked up is going to go for Robo, and that also has status immunity. We also just picked up the Haste Helm, which will also go on Robo. So that way he'll be able to keep his status immunity and be much faster than what he currently is. Alright, this Tubster enemy, if you wanted to farm strength tabs, you could charm this guy repeatedly. You get as many strength tabs as you want. If anybody was interested in that. But the real prize in this place are the speed tabs and the magic tabs, and there's only 2 magic tabs per Black Omen attempt. But there are like 13 speed tabs. So what you can do if you wanted to, you can wait for these eyeballs to close and just wait and then go when they're both closed. But if they're not already closed, it's really not worth waiting for them. It's much faster just to run. Okay. Mega Elixir. So we're collecting Mega Elixirs along the way, because they're all going to be used in the last parts of the game. They're just extremely useful. Alright. Here's another Tubster, again, if you wanted strength tabs. Alright, there is a sentry down below that is turning. We're going to do a little fancy movement here to delay the turn, or to make the turn go. And then pick up the speed tab, and then just go. You can do whatever type of waiting or movement you want to. That's just what I do. Alright, this room. A lot of tricky skips here. There are enemies called aliens, I think, and they give you magic tabs if you charm them. But we try to skip all those encounters that have the aliens in them. Nice. Good, good. Oh. Alright, Robo, get your new Haste Helm, the Nova Armor, Gold Ring. Magus gets the Blue Rock. Filter. You get 2 for Luca and 1 for Robo. Save. Don't really need to. Not to the very end of Black Omen, but might as well. Yeah, controlling Magus, especially in the Black Omen, is really satisfying. Just really fun to see him fly around. Alright, 2 Omega Flares is all we need. The mutants, we fight 3 of them. They have a a gimmick where if you defeat one half, usually it's the top half, the bottom half can't live as well, so then you beat both of them. Okay. Do a menu here. Oops, Magus get the prism helm to slow him down intentionally. Luca can go. So we made Magus slower intentionally so that we could just mash when Luca pops up, so that we can use flare right from the get-go. That speeds up a lot of fights. So here's our second elevator. Nice. All right, 0 encounters on that elevator. It's really, really nice. Oh no, RPG adventure game debate? Uh-oh. Please keep it civil, everybody. I'm sure you are, but just in case things get out of hand. You've been warned. Alright, speaking of warning, here, bats. Oh, messed it up. Dang. You can skip this encounter, and it's really nice when you do. But you have to wait at just the right time. I think it was too far away when I started running towards where I needed to go. That's okay. No, we don't have to. We definitely don't have to worry about levels, because this is like an enemy you purposely fight if you don't get enough experience along the way. Again, Lucas still needs to reach level 40, and Magus level 46. So that's a good backup enemy to fight. Okay. Set. Alright, this is the final mutant, the Terra mutant. Same way we deal with it, just use 2 Omega Flares. You might notice the theme here with all the Omega Flares we're doing. It's like it's one of the strongest things in the game. Come on. Yeah. So coming up is where Luca's going to shine. She has the Wonder Shot, her best weapon. Nothing could go wrong with her best weapon, right? Good luck, Luca. So we're fighting a Lavo spawn here that is the eldest Lavo spawn. The oldest sibling. He's got a lot more HP, a little bit more difficult to deal with. But we got Wonder Shot. Hey, thanks for the gift sub, Kung Fu Crickets. Congrats, working player. Sub. Alright, here we go. Wonder Shot, let's go. Crit. 500. It's, we're waiting. Okay. Punch. So yeah, the Crisis Arm is putting in work. 2,500 per hit. Production zone. Alright, see how much damage this does to Robo. We want to keep Robo at max HP. Good. Come on, Luca, do more than 1,000 damage. You can do it. You can do over 3,000. 500. At least it's not 57 damage. Alright, we did it. 2 cycle. Pretty slow, but we got it. Righty. I'm gonna fight this just in case. So yeah, once Luca reaches level 40 and Magus reaches 46, you don't have to fight anything anymore, and this is the last encounter, so that may or may not be optional for... Alright. Magus, the Gloomhelm, filter. Nice. Tab. Okay, we're all set. We got quite a gauntlet here. There's the Zeal gauntlet and the Lavo shell, so we don't have enough. There's no other place to save until we finish off the Lavo shell, so we got quite a ways. Alright, so Queen Zeal, she has 2 attacks that we see. One is Halation, which brings everybody to 1 HP. And the other is a Vampiric Light, which she always goes for Luca, strangely. Drains her MP a little bit. And we need to be careful with Luca's MP, because she uses the most MP for Omega Flare. It's 20 MP per use. So part of our strategy going forward is making sure Luca has all the MP she needs. The other 2 barely contribute anything. That was a really good fight. We skipped the second Halation, which sometimes you actually almost always see the second one. Alright, next up, the Mammon machine. Start off with a Mega Elixir. And we just do 4 Omega Flares. So if you're a little too slow on the menu, the Mammon machine will get an attack off at the very end. But more often than not, we skip it. Is that Hellish? Hellish? I thought the salt was Howl, not a hard A sound effect. Could be wrong though. Anyway, we did it. Yay! Alright, so if the Mammon machine gets an attack off at the end, that means we have to start this next fight with a Mega Elixir. Instead, we get to start with full Aethers. So if you bring Magus to this fight, you get a special battle theme instead of the default scary boss theme, which I think is really appropriate here. I like this. I like Magus's theme. Fighting above the planet. Nope. How? How did you get that attack off that early? Okay, we might be in for a rough ride. Okay. That's a lot of lag. Alright, so we do double V-bomb twice, and then dark bomb. A final double V-bomb. We're quick enough, we'll see Halation instead of Hexagon Mist. I haven't seen Hexagon Mist in a long time. How? Oh, man. How did Magus outspeed Robo? He has the haste helm. Oh, we're fine. I'm just gonna do this. Safety. Okay, that wasn't as bad as I thought. I remember Hexagon Mist being a real big problem. We're gonna see a Halation though right after this. And that's okay. It's normally when you use the Mega Elixir. Here we go. Alright, we're fine, Hey Ria Corvi Diva, thanks for the raid. Welcome everybody to the end of a Chrono Trigger 100% glitchless speedrun. Okay. Breather. And that's... Okay. Zeal. Down. So Zeal has had enough. She finally summons Lavos from the deep. We start the Lavos shell gauntlet, which is my least favorite part of the run. It's not very exciting to me. Yeah, double V-bomb is a very good dual tech, that's for sure. We had a really weird start in that fight where I don't know what happened. It doesn't normally happen that way. It's okay. We got through it. All right, let's bring in our team. Team Falconhead. Alright, Team Falconhead is ready. So the Lavos Shell is a gauntlet, keep using that word, just a series of fights that encompasses all the boss fight, not all, but most of the boss fights that you've fought up to this point. And all the bosses have the same stats as when you first fought them, which is kind of silly, but I think they did it this way to show you that this is how far you've come from your adventure, how powerful you are, which is silly, because right after this, when you fight the core, you're going to realize just how powerless you really are, which I think is great. Anyway, here's Hecarim. Clear. Why is Black Omen in 100% anyway? I think it's because they include fighting and defeating Zeal, part of the definition. Otherwise you would skip fighting Zeal. Yeah, there are a lot of ways to get to the Lavos core, or Lavos shell. I don't know, it's a good question. Yeah, we go up to Giga Gaia, that's for sure. The varying fight is the Magus phase. That's the worst fight in the shell gauntlet, in this category at least. Alright, farewell, Ayla. You did great. We'll miss you. Yes. Alright, back to Team Omega Flare. Yeah, and completing the Black Omen is considered a side quest, that's true. Alright, so Masamune was a pushover. Nizbel still has his gimmick of being strong against everything except lightning. Let's give him a shock. $47. Yeah, you can go back to Gaspar, and he will tell you, well, he won't tell you finished the quest. He just won't mention the quest anymore that you finished. So that is true. Alright, one of the last menus of the game. You get the sunshades, and you get the blue rock. We did it. Here we go. That's, slow. Okay. So, Magus can throw up one of the 4 barriers. We want to see Shadow or Fire. Shadow is the best, Fire is second best. Boo! Lightning. I think I'm just gonna... Yeah, I'm just gonna hit him again. I don't want this. Give me something better. No! I said better, not the same thing. Do it again. Can we not, please? Fine. Fine, Magus. Please, I'll do it your way. I've never attacked again to see if it changes anything. I don't think it does, but... Barrier change. What? Just all lightnings? Okay, fine. This is so slow. Oh, if we get fire... That's just 2 flare attacks and we're done. If we get Shadow, we do 1 Omega Flare and we're done. Lightning and water are the worst. Okay, so now we can do an Omega Flare. Wow. Man, pretty much the opposite of the Magus fight I got. Oh my... Oh, I forgot the thing. There's fire. That's right. Oh well, I am not handling this very well. It's so embarrassing. Go ahead and do the one of our backup. There. So we healed him. Great. So all the damage I did didn't matter. That's okay though. Now that we got the fire phase going, we just hit 2 flares, as we should have gotten. Okay, we did it. Yay, the worst phase is over. It's supposed to hurt, I'm not healed. Yeah, I know. That's just how the Magus fight goes sometimes. You do the wrong barrier and you heal him instead. Alright, so this is the Black Tyranno phase. We get rid of Azala quickly, and we're still gonna wait for him to lower his defense before we hit him with Omega Flare. Oh, yes. Yeah, Black Tyranno has a lot of HP, so we need 3 of these. What? No sleep? We don't need it. Just get rid of him with Flare. I'm not sure how sleep would work in this fight. It might be, in this particular case, it's immune to sleep. I don't know. Never tested that out or asked those who might know. Alright, here's Giga Gaia. The last refight. Yeah, something like 11,000 HP. I had to double check, but sounds about right. Two Omega Flares will do it. And then we got the real deal, Lavos. Pulling no punches. So this is the same Lavos that showed up originally and did Destruction Rains from the Heavens. Except this guy has half the stats of the other one. Wait, I'm supposed to do this. Half the stats. So it doesn't do as much damage and has less HP and less speed. Speed is the important one. It's really fast the first time he shows up. Nice, we skipped the Chaos attack. That can happen sometimes. $10,500 HP. There you go. Alright, here we are, the inner core. This is the point of no return. Save. Let's go. So I could put the battle speed on 2. That would make the fight a little bit better. You have less or more time to react to things in the Lavos core fight. We should be okay on battle speed 1. I hope. I don't think I'm gonna make a mistake. Yeah. The Lavos shell was a test of endurance. This is a test of skill. This is not an easy fight. We also need to get a little bit lucky here. Actually, a lot lucky. Okay. This is what we need level 40 for Luca, so she could survive this attack. She did. Oof, this ATB. So ATB is a thing that we gotta hope we get good. Come on. I don't think we're gonna get it. So we want to see Robo's bar more than a third build up. If it's less than a third, we're in trouble. Okay, we're fine. Wow, we got the good ATB. Why, a tackle? We waited for obstacle there. That lowers his defense. Also, obstacle has the status effect of chaos, which is confuse. So if we didn't have status immunity, that would be a problem. Yeah, this is the first part of the final boss. There are 2 parts. The first part is about getting a little bit lucky and being very quick on your inputs. The second part is about getting really lucky and being quick on your inputs. Okay. Alright, first phase over. So we're coming up on time, and time will be when the right bit turns red. I'll split, but letting everyone know. Alright, but let's not count chickens before they hatch. So the Lavos core, the inner core, can take you to a time period that has an effect. We hate seeing 65 million year BC because that summons Grand Stone, which almost one-shots everybody but without preparation. But if we get Grand Stone, we're gonna prepare for it. Luca has to use Wonder Shot. She has to do at least 500 and like 3 damage. So if she could get 2,000, that'd be great, but expect her to just do 500. Also, we don't want Luca to outspeed Magus here. Hope that doesn't happen. Okay. Robo's no help. Yeah, he's no help. Oh, we did it. Nice. Okay. Time warp. What do we get? Yay! The good pattern. I'm gonna wait to lower. So the right bit on the right, that is the true Lavos. Everything else is just a distraction. We have to defeat him because it has the ability to revive everything else. So it chooses to lower its defense every now and then, and when it does, that's when we hit him with Omega Flare. What? That was a quick evil star. Evil star is not a bad warp, just reduces our HP by half. We're gonna Mega Elixir right after this anyway, so we're good. Yeah, that was a nice Wonder Shot, Pojo, for sure. Wait for the... chooses to revive everything else. So 2 shots take out the center, and the center bit is what takes us to a different time zone. Time period. As long as it doesn't heal, then we can defeat it. Then all that's left is the left bit, which is immune to magic, and the right bit, which is immune to physical damage, I think. And they have a counterattack where they'll do like an X strike when there's no center bit. Alright, but we are coming up on time, so... But we're gonna watch the ending, because there's a little bit more to the game. Risking it. This should be the last hit, I think. We hit him 6 times. And GG. 5:34:38. Really good marathon time. Alright, photosensitivity warning. Please look away. This is a terrible flashing effect. It's bad. I hate it. It's the worst part of Chrono Trigger. So I'm sorry. Should have mentioned a little earlier, but... Alright, it's over. Yeah, thanks for the GGs, everybody. Thanks for watching. Yeah, we'll get to see what our reward is for getting this type of ending. And then we'll pass it on over, because I did finish kind of underestimate, so... See, I mentioned there are 12 endings in the Super Nintendo version, and a 13th ending. This ending, the soldier from Guardia Palace summons Chrono He's like, wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey, you're going to court. Or you're going to be execution. Whatever. Anyway. So we go to the palace. The king's like, well, young man, are you ready to be executed? And Marl's like, don't, Daddy, I like him. He's like, LOL, JK, we're not gonna do it. And then we see Marl's entire lineage throughout the ages. There's Doan, the future version. There's King, whatever his name is, who's Lean's husband, who no one really cares about. And then there's Kino. Surprise, surprise. He's, Marl's distant ancestor. Kinsmen? You mean they're my ancestors and descendants? Yeah, the original prank. Just, we're gonna execute you. Just kidding. No, we're not. Terrible prank. So our reward is the Millennial Fair Parade. Not quite like the end of Super Mario World, but it'll do. Yeah, thanks again everybody for the GGs. It's a Moonlight Parade. Why Kino, not Ayla? Well, I mean, they are related. But yeah, good question. I guess because they needed to bring somebody from 65 million. And why not Kino? The only other person we know who isn't Azala. But yeah, there's Chrono's cat. Oh, wait, is that his cat? No. Yes, maybe. But we're gonna see the cat later. But that may or may not be his cat. Yeah, this was on the Super Nintendo. That's why it's a classic, and people regard it as, you know, the best game, but that's just a matter of opinion. Lemonade sure tastes great outdoors. Have a sip. You're the hero. Thank you, Tabin. Here's Melchior. Not much business in weapons anymore, but I like it. If there's anything over here. Nope. Dancing ladies and singing flower girls. So, Specchio fight? I don't have a save file for that. But we could. I had prepared it. Gate has grown weak. Gotta say our goodbyes, everybody. You're my distant ancestor. You better have tough kids or I'll be in trouble. Yeah, no worry. And that's just not, it's not a good response, but anyway. Ayla is embarrassed, so she has a hasty goodbye. Bye, Ayla, you're the best. 'Tis a feisty crowd. So Magus is right over there. Frog does not feel the need for revenge. So he comes to terms with Cyrus's death. Marl gives him a goodbye kiss. Surprises him. And then there's Magus. We don't care. I mean, we care about Shala, who's he's gonna go look for, but he doesn't care about us. He's done. But the best ending, we save for last. Robo says, I'll miss you. What's wrong, Luca? Aren't you gonna say goodbye? She knows. Knows what? Robo was born in a bleak future. When we defeated Lavos, we changed history. Robo may not exist in the future. Please relax, the new future has a place for me. Darn it, Robo. Don't pretend you don't care when you're really sad. It just makes things worse. Luca, you have taught me emotions. Thank you. Tears don't become you, Luca. Robo will be there in the near future. And Doan's like, peace, I'm out. And then Robo's like, I gotta go. Goodbye. Donk. Oil has washed over his sight sensors. And that's why Robo's the best character, because he has the best goodbye. Feel bad. Don't worry, we'll see him again in Chrono Cross, and they're not gonna do anything bad to him in that game, right? The feeling that the entity is at rest. You should dismantle the epoch. Its job is finished. Never. There's the cat. Chrono's cat. There it is. There's Chrono's mom. You naughty thing. You cat's running away because you haven't been feeding it. PSA alert to anyone who has pets. Feed your pets. In case you haven't already. There they go. That gate will never open again. Oops. So every good ending to Chrono Trigger has a theme of there's another adventure afterward. So our adventure is to get back our cat and the mom, but mostly the cat. It's the king. So the king has something to unveil, and that's a gift. It's a bell, which is, you know, a great gift to give somebody, I guess. This is Nadia's bell. It will ring throughout the land. Just not in Chrono Cross. Hate to say this, I can't sit around and do nothing, so I'm leaving you to carry a giant bell, which may or may not crush you. Marle's a great daughter. There's gotta be a ROM hack for this story. Interesting. Just in time for fireworks. Thanks, Tabin. Bang. And there we go. And then we get the great ending. So there are a lot of endings. One thing we could do, we don't really have that much time for it, but could do the balloon ending, which we finish the game the same way, except we crash the epoch into the lava shell. You don't fight the lava shell, but you do fight the core the same way. A lot of people like the balloon ending, but I like this one the best. Yeah, that's Chrono Trigger. For anyone who's still interested in watching more Chrono Trigger, there is upcoming events for SNES Super Stars Marathon. You'll see any % no LSS, I believe, is still on schedule. There's also the randomizer, Jets of Time. That'll be a race. Hey, thanks for the GGs, Galen, and everyone else. And thank you, everybody, for watching. It was a fun experience hanging out. If anyone's interested in speedrunning the game, the Chrono community Discord is really nice for the speedruns. Everyone's really friendly and willing to help out. Hey, Hobbs, thanks so much. Yeah. Azrael Hobbs, fellow runner of the game. One of the progenitors of the new Manip route. And if anybody's interested in me or my channel, you could drop by, follow. I usually do RPGs. I'll probably be putting down Chrono Trigger for a while. I've been playing this for a while, the past couple months. Yeah, I have a family-friendly stream, if anyone is looking for that. Or if anyone's not looking for that, just to let you know, that's how I do things. But yeah, please stick around. The marathon has plenty of great Super Nintendo games. Whether it's ROM hacks, races, it's all going to be great. So thank you so much, everybody, for making this a real positive experience. And wish everybody a good night, good day, wherever you may be. Go ahead and cut stream here.